my parents wouldn't have done that to me.
But there are people who actually choose things like that.
Yeah.
Peach, apple.
That's right, yeah. All these horrible things.
Yeah, I read it aloud yesterday one more time, and I finished at 16 minutes. So I will hurry.
So are you going to read your paper, or are you going to add any remarks, because I'm not sure what to do?
No, I have the paper is different than the pre-paper.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
because I leave
I'm
out
skipping through.
the examples, and I have several other things I didn't have.
Yeah, mine is slightly
Pre-paper.
different.
Okay, so I
So
was
leave
thinking about
out the
adding something
examples.
that's not in the paper.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have time for it, I think that's
Okay.
fine. I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of people didn't read the papers ahead of time. You know, with the
Because I think that for
yeah.
15 minutes, I will not be able to read it in 15 minutes. It's too long.
Yeah.
So,
I will refer to the examples I have in the
Yeah,
pre-paper,
yeah.
so if people are interested.
Exactly. Yeah.
No point discussing it.
Yeah. I think what's great is that people can look at the papers afterwards too, you know,
Okay,
because
so
it's often over when you hear
your
the
order.
presentations and you see sort of, get interested. Yeah.
This is not too
No, that's okay so far.
close and
If our teeth start clattering.
Yeah, we'll close it.
wait.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll finish 15 minutes earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
Probably.
you need to
That
speak
sounded
rather
like
than
a really
longer. It did,
interesting
yeah, I
paper.
read
I'm
it
sorry
and it was,
he didn't.
yeah.
He usually
No, his not. Apparently, he has not, but this third, so fourth participant.
This Jawad Dahir from Strasbourg.
I mean, he's not here. definitely.
apparently one of the speakers didn't turn up.
Yes, probably this is true.
You didn't get a message.
I think that
Or Kasia.
Yeah.
Did she? But she didn't give it to me. So there's one speaker less.
It's a shame.
But then there's more time for you.
Yeah, that's a good. That's always a good thing. That's a good thing.
Shall we start?
I think we should.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to session 8 of this wonderful seminar. So as you heard, we have 3 speakers instead of 4. And the first speaker is Miriam Finkelstein, who comes from Innsbruck, Austria, University of Innsbruck. Miriam studied Russian literature and Czech literature at Ludwig Maximilians University of Munich, and received her PhD, which was on the reception of the what was it?
It was basically about female utopian imagination in Russia.
Okay.
So, to put it in simple words.
Yeah, because there are too many names here. Not everybody's
Yeah,
familiar.
absolutely. No, don't need the names. Leave out the names.
So currently she's assistant professor at the Department of Slavonic Studies at the University of Innsbruck, and is working on her second book, The Migrant Remembers Back, which is of course a very post-colonial title. Okay, the floor is yours, please. So thank you very much, Medina. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very honored and very happy to be here. Basically, I take off in a way, in a sense, where we started, when we stopped yesterday. In some sense, yesterday we were in Lisbon. I'm moving us this morning to Berlin. So in a series of essays on Berlin as he experienced it in the early 2000s, the Slovenian writer Aleš Steger makes an intriguing observation on the relationship between Russians and Slovenians. After an enjoyable visit to a Russian curiosity shop in Berlin, he remarks, I quote, "Slovenians don't really understand Polish, Czech or Baltic ressentiment for a Slavic Gulliver. We were not close enough to hate." End quote. Now, disregarding the question whether or not these assessments apply, and disregarding also the potential irony of these lines, the issue I would like to address today
is the way in which contemporary literature reflects upon the relationship between Russians and those who, like Steger claims, hate or hated them, namely people from Poland, the Czech Republic, and other Central and Eastern European states, who now meet, and this is the point, who now meet abroad, mostly as fellow migrants. And when they come to share the same space, the same city, namely, in my case, Berlin. My question is, in other words, what happens when former and current citizens of the Soviet Union or post-Soviet Russia, and those of Poland, the Czech Republic, and others, who share the relationships as we know them and the past as we have heard about it many times now, meet years or even decades after the fall of the Iron Curtain outside their home countries. Now, to a large extent, this question is triggered by contemporary scholarship on the identity of migrants, Central Eastern European and others, obviously, that draws heavily on post-colonial theory. Many recent studies on migrant narratives frequently discuss the construction of migrants' identity using Homi Bhabha's terms of hybridity, obviously, third space, and so on. The general tenor being here that many migrants, not all of them obviously, but many migrants eventually construct a hybrid or a hyphenated identity that successfully combines elements of two cultures, being ultimately Polish-American or Russian-German, and so on and so on. Now, how does migration and the subsequently developed hybrid identity affect the relationship between the representatives of the aforementioned states? Or does it do so at all? Or to reformulate Steger, does the ressentiment and does the hate ever go away, to put it in a very pathetic way? Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, dozens of literary texts about the German capital were written by authors from all around the world, and I'm going to show you a very, very, very short selection, mention some of them. And basically all of them register with great acuity that since the reunification, the city has become not only an international melting pot hosting people from all over the world, very much like New York basically, but more specifically a meeting place for Central and Eastern Europeans, both intellectuals, artists, and non-intellectuals, a place where they forge new contacts, where they can discuss together their country's past and future. To give you but one example, in the novel Upon a Certain Place, Lifnei HaMakom, the Israeli writer Chaim Ber depicts a meeting between the Polish poet Tadeusz Dabrowski, the Czech novelist Jaroslav Rudiš, the Slovenian writer and literary critic Mojca Kumrde, and several others at the Literarische Kolloquium Berlin, which is a major literary institution in the city. Not without tensions and disagreements, this encounter is, however, imagined as a nearly utopian one. The novel, unfortunately, was never translated into English, which is why the translation is mine and therefore clumsy and probably wrong, but this is the best I can do. The depiction from the perspective of a non-European writer, an outsider, I would like to contrast now with one from the inside. In Vladimir Kaminer's short story, No More Trips to Weimar, and Kaminer is this really important figure because he was the first contemporary translingual Russian-German writer, so a key figure. From his first book, Russian Disco, the narrator, a Russian Jewish immigrant who lives in Berlin, travels together with a group of artists from the Czech Republic, Poland, Russia, and the Ukraine to Weimar to participate in a festival, a cultural event. And only the consumption of large quantities of vodka prevents violence. So, as you can see, significantly, this rather straightforward depiction of conflict and mutual intolerance remains one of the very few instances in which Central and Eastern Europeans, other than Russians, I mean, not that Russians are Central Europeans, didn't want to imply that, are mentioned at all. Like Ber and many other writers before and after him, here and in his other books, most of them about Russian migrants in Berlin, Kaminer described Berlin as a multicultural universe, an international melting pot that is inhabited in a most natural way by people from all over the globe. Migrants, Gastarbeiter migrants from Turkey and the Middle East, and there are also American tourists and whoever. But unlike Baer and the other writers, however, people from Central and Eastern Europe are strangely missing in Kaminer's Berlin. If mentioned at all, they make for the most negative characters, mendacious, deceitful, and in every way suspicious individuals. Russian migrants are, on the contrary, witty and likable fellows. In particular, the narrator himself, who is described as an incorruptible moral authority, respected and consulted even by the Germans. Simultaneously, the expulsion of Central Europeans from the melting pot is complemented by another strategy, namely the enhancement of the visibility of Russians in Berlin. Thus, stories like the everyday life of a work of art and Berlin portraits describe how Russian artists inscribe themselves into the city, leaving their traces everywhere and virtually overwriting the city's surface with their art. There is, particularly the first story, is about an artist who paints faces of Russian migrants in fashionable bars and restaurants and cafes, and eventually the whole city is described to be covered by these Russian faces. Furthermore, in Kaminer's story, the city appears to be reconquered and colonized by Russian migrants. Stories such as Lichtenberg Station and Berlin guidebooks depict, in blatantly aggressive tones, a progressive movement of Russians through the city space in explicit terms of economic and military conquest and imperialistic colonization. Now, when I speak of Russians, I obviously refer both to the migrants and Russians from Russia, for instance, come as tourists, as visitors to Berlin. Kaminer's strategies of depiction of Berlin were later repeated by many other writers, both Russians and Russian migrants. Again, this is, this is not as important, but this is some of the text from the Russian perspective. I'm sorry, and they were repeated by many other writers. The exclusion of Central and Eastern Europeans from the multicultural universe being here of particular importance. Again, both the novels about intellectual, literary, and artistic circles, and these about simple people, like that one of Vérimée, depict Berlin explicitly always as this melting pot, allowing for the presence of Northern and Southern Americans, Western Europeans, people from the Middle East, and all possible continents and countries, but overlooking, not seeing, and excluding these similar others from Central and Eastern Europe. Now, unsurprisingly, these tendencies did not go unregistered and uncontested by writers from Central Europe. Again, a very short list of names. A prime example is the novel Nebe pod Berlinem, Sky Under Berlin, by the aforementioned Czech writer Jaroslav Rudiš from 2002, in which he denies Russian migrants their claims to singularity and a special authority on Central European history, the history of communist totalitarianism. Depicting yet another harmonious multicultural microcosm in Berlin, the famous club, Club of Polish Losers, which is an extremely famous and fashionable place, Rudiš introduces one character to disturb the picture, namely Igor, a Russian migrant from Moscow. Based on the experience of his own family, one half of which was killed by Hitler and the other by Stalin, he claims to be an authority on the history of totalitarianism in general. His interest and his sympathy are seemingly extended to the victims of totalitarian oppression, not only in his country, but in others too. But when he finds out that the protagonist, the narrator, is from the Czech Republic, and thus does not need to be lectured upon Central European history, suddenly Igor demonstrates a completely different understanding of history, these events. His account of the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968 follows official Soviet propaganda in every way. His approval of the invasion and his crude idea of a Slavic solidarity, which does not take the Czechoslovak position into account, exposes his reactionary, his Soviet nationalistic understanding of Central European history. Ultimately, Rudish employs the same narrative strategy as his Russian counterparts, or colleagues. Since Igor never comes to a different understanding of history, he is doomed to disappear from the narrative. Now, Rudish is by far not the only author to depict contemporary Russian migrants in critical terms and to exclude them from the Berlin narrative. Now, and I have a slight detour here into southern Eastern Europe. I apologize for that. The Croatian novelist Dubravka Ugrasic and the Serbian poet and novelist Bora Ćosić have expressed, for instance, similar attitudes in their texts. However, considering themselves political refugees from the nationalistic emigres, rather, from nationalistic post-Yugoslav state, Tuđman's Croatia and Milosevic's Serbia. At the same time, they imagine themselves explicitly as heirs to the Russian emigres of the 1920s in Berlin, most famously Vladimir Nabokov, Viktor Shklovsky, and many others. For Ugrasic and Ćosić, the experience of exile or political emigration in Berlin is always associated with these Russian predecessors, whom they think of as moral and literary role models. Now I'm coming towards my last example. Serhiy Zhadan, one of the most prominent contemporary Ukrainian authors, on whom Mateusz will be speaking, telling more a bit later. Berlin is closely associated with exile. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. Oops, I'm too far. No, wrong slide, never mind. Berlin is closely associated with exile too. Zhadan, however, not only fully omits Russian migrants from his text, he also substitutes the authority of the old Russian emigres through a different one. In Berlin as We Lost It, the first story in his collection, Big Mac and Other Stories, unfortunately do not translate it into English, so this is obviously mine. The Ukrainian protagonist and his Czech friends Sylvie and Gaspar, who are aspiring young artists, travel together to Berlin to meet a much acclaimed and successful fellow artist, a sculptor, whose recognition and support they seek. Now he too is an old emigre, not Russian however, but Czech, a dissident and a friend to Havel's, who was forced to leave Prague after the Soviet invasion of '68. And this reference to the invasion of '68 will remain the only reference to Russia or the Soviet Union in this text, and in the other ones as well. How am I doing with time? Okay, yeah, I'm coming to my end. Now, although these strategies of mutual denigration and exclusion are certainly not the only way for Russians and Central Europeans to portray each other, and they're also examples of completely different attitudes, I do believe these strategies to be a rather prominent, to make a rather prominent trend. Years after the breakup of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, particularly Russian migrant writers seem to resume Soviet colonization practices, transferring them now to diaspora, to Berlin in this case. They perpetuate old Soviet pattern, especially in regard to the appropriation of city space, which still needs to be conquered and colonized. No other way is devised of thinking about it. There are many other examples, but I will just also mention that the hierarchy of nations prevalent in the Soviet Union and within the communist bloc, a hierarchy that assumed the superior position of the Russian nation and the Soviet state, is transferred with little modification to Berlin. Here, the relationships between the representatives of individual nations are structured accordingly, the Russian migrant always being better and cleverer than all the others. As some of these texts, and particularly the incident described in Rudish's novel, seem to suggest, the renewed Russian occupation of the city space is accompanied by what Bandina once called mind colonization. In this case, the claim of the colonizers to an uncontested and exclusive authority on the interpretation and explication of Russian, Soviet, Central and Eastern European, and even German history. It would appear that legacies of Soviet imperialism and colonialism continue to be perpetuated decades after the dissolution of the Soviet Union by people, of whom many have been victims of the Soviet regime themselves, by migrants whose hybrid identity apparently does not eliminate traces and residues of the Soviet colonial mindset. And, as ever before, these neo-colonial Russian aspirations are still met with fierce resistance. Thank you.
Okay, so we leave the questions for later. And our second speaker today is Roshan Healy, who is a lecturer in modern European history at the National University of Ireland. Her research centers on German, Polish, and Irish history, with a focus on transnational and comparative themes, and her publications include such co-edited volumes as The Shadow of Colonialism in Europe's Modern Past and The Small Nations and Colonial Peripheries in World War I, and the forthcoming monograph, Poland in the Irish Nationalist Imagination. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Medina. Delighted to be here. I'm going to start with an anecdote. In a memoir published in 1925, an Irishman recalled an encounter with a Polish priest while travelling across Poland nearly 3 decades before in 1896. The priest, upon discovering that his companion was a foreigner and a Catholic, complained at length about the ill treatment of the Poles by the Russians, the restrictions placed on the Polish language, on the Catholic faith, and the plight of so many Polish exiles in Siberia. The priest concluded the conversation, however, by admitting that one cannot but be proud to belong to such a great and mighty empire. His companion, Michael O'Dwyer, was much amused by the combination of indignation at the Russian subjugation of the Poles and pride in the Russian Empire. As an Irishman, he was also subject to foreign rule at home and part of a great and mighty empire, but he was consistent in his support for British rule across the globe. He dismissed both Irish and Indian grievances as sentimental or fictitious, respectively. O'Dwyer was exceptional, however, in his attachment to the British state. As the former Lieutenant Governor of the Punjab, he had defended one of the most notorious British colonial atrocities, the Amritsar massacre. Most Irish people had more in common with the Polish priest in having an ambivalent relationship towards the empire that governed them. And this paper offers reflections on this kind of colonial ambivalence that you see in both Ireland and Poland as part of a broader effort to situate the Central European experience within a European framework. And here I suppose I'm drawing on a skepticism about the customary division of Europe into historical regions, because I think the case of Ireland demonstrates many features that are often associated with Central and Eastern Europe rather than Western Europe. And just to run through some of these briefly, there was a high degree of linguistic and religious diversity in Ireland. Ireland had a sizable portion of Gaelic speakers, a language which is not an Anglo-Saxon language but a Celtic language, well into the 19th century. 3/4 of the population was Catholic and the rest was comprised of various Protestant denominations. There were also stark social divisions overlain with ethno-religious divisions. So by that I mean that the social elite was of a different ethnic group from the majority of the population. So the social elite were the descendants of the original English and Scottish settlers. So a situation that's a bit analogous to the position of the Germans in Eastern Europe and even the Poles in places like Eastern Galicia. Third, Ireland's nationalist tradition was not produced by the state, as is sort of the common trope in the West, but against the state. And if we look finally at the constitutional arrangements, Ireland was subject to its own particular political arrangements and not governed as a normal part of a unitary state. So unlike Scotland and Wales, Ireland had its own civil service led by a Lord Lieutenant, a minister of the British Crown in Dublin. And several historians have pointed to this sort of differentiated form of rule as typical of, say, the Tsarist Empire or the Habsburg monarchy. And I think the role of colonialism is particularly interesting to compare from the perspective of colonialism. It's particularly interesting to compare Ireland and Central Europe because of the paradigmatic role of Ireland within the history of colonialism within Europe. I'm going to look at the 19th century rather than the post-war, post-Soviet period. Because the parallels are closest. And I think of all Central European nations, I think Poland probably fits the bill better than most. Firstly, because of a kind of a coincidence of timing, the fact that Ireland lost its domestic parliament in 1801 after an unsuccessful rising, just as the third partition of Poland happened after the unsuccessful Kosciuszko rising. You also have a religious parallel, at least in the case of Prussian Poland, where you have a Protestant core facing, or I should say a Catholic periphery facing a Protestant core. And in terms of how Irish and Polish nationalists responded to their country's denigration, I think we can also talk about similar responses, a mixture of emigration, cultural regeneration, political negotiation, and violence. And in the following, I want to address three aspects of the relationships of both Ireland and Poland to colonialism. First, the extent to which they can be considered objects of colonialism. But I'm actually going to skip over that bit here in the presentation because I think it's probably fairly familiar to people that the reasons for Ireland being considered a colonial object. And we already touched a little yesterday on Poland with Jan Storman, although I'm probably more inclined to see it as the colonial model as having some validity there. Secondly, and this is what I really want to focus on initially, the extent to which each are implicated in the operation of colonialism globally, and third, the ways in which each challenged colonialism globally. And what I'm trying to argue is that the relationships of Ireland and Poland to colonialism in the long 19th century were quite similar, but that only Ireland identified itself after independence as an anti-colonial state. So they start from a similar point maybe, Ireland perhaps even more implicated in colonialism, but the aftermath is quite different. So Poland and Ireland as agents of colonialism. The strongest challenge to the notion of Ireland as simply a British colony is the growing evidence of Irish engagement with the British Empire in Africa and Asia. There was a strong tradition of voluntary military service. Irishmen in the British Army dating back to the Napoleonic Wars, and this played an important contribution to the expansion and defence of the empire. In addition, many Irish men and women entered the Imperial Civil Service. My own university, then known as University College Galway, prepared people, both Catholic and Protestant, for the Indian Civil Service exam. And added to these, of course, are numerous Irish missionaries active in the British Empire. It's becoming increasingly clear that Poles were also complicit in the European colonial project. One can look, for instance, at the discourse on non-Europeans that has been mentioned already. One might also look at Polish attitudes towards the Kresy and its Ukrainian population. And here we can talk again about what Jens Roman mentioned yesterday, the idea of nesting Orientalisms of Todorova. Maria Roda has uncovered the commitment of Polish ethnographers Stefan Rogozinski and Benedikt Dubowski to the colonial project through an analysis of their activities in Cameroon and Siberia, respectively. Remarkably, Rogozinski sought to establish a Polish colony in Cameroon to make up for the lack of a Polish state. Dubowski, part of the Polish exile community in Siberia, played an important role in supporting repression against non-Christian communities there. And Poles were also involved in the operation of colonial relationships within the empire. If one thinks about the role of the Poles within the Russian officer corps, there were also 10,000 Poles who helped the Austrians settle Bosnia-Herzegovina after 1878. So there's definitely some evidence of Poles' engagement with colonialism. In terms of criticisms of colonialism globally, there's evidence that Irish nationalists opposed colonialism, asserted solidarity with Indians, with Afghans, with Zulus and Boers. The moderate nationalist organ, The Nation, challenged contemporary racist assumptions in asserting that the Indians were capable of self-government, for instance. The case of Roger Casement is also well known for his, he's known for his condemnation of exploitation of workers in the Congo and the Amazon basin. That's not to say that Irish nationalists were free of racism or that they were equally supportive of all subject nations. They sympathised with the Boers but not with the indigenous peoples of South Africa. What's key is that Irish nationalists saw themselves as anti-colonial. And this is very evident in that revolutionary generation that then took power. So, for instance, in a letter from one diplomat to the Secretary of the Department of External Affairs or Foreign Affairs in 1935, this diplomat wrote, "The Irish nation has no imperialist ambitions. Though a mother country, we covet no colonies and have no dominions. Our sole claim is that the ancestral home of our people, unmistakably delimited by the ocean, should belong to us." And in fact, the department saw Ireland's role as a colony as a kind of a bridge to Africa in the interwar and post-war periods, using support for decolonisation as a means of asserting their own national identity. So in a sense, they're exploiting that trope to sort of make themselves a bit of a player on the international stage. Poles obviously also can point to examples of anti-colonialism, most notably Conrad, who we talked about yesterday. Poles were also involved in international anti-colonial organisations. They were members of the Subject Races International Committee, formed at the International Conference at The Hague in 1907 to promote the principle of nationality, to claim for each nation the management of its own internal affairs, to protect subject races from oppression and exploitation. And finally, Polish immigrants were very supportive of the efforts of Cubans to free themselves from Spanish rule. Yet Poland didn't make a virtue of its anti-colonialism after independence and conducted, some people would argue, policies in the Crescent that bore marks of colonialism themselves. And indeed, the government lobbied for colonies through the Polish Maritime and Colonial League, so that there was a direct government campaign to cultivate colonies. And genuine efforts in places like Liberia and Madagascar. So we have an irony that a state that was a country that was probably more implicated in the whole colonial project, the Irish, managed to depict themselves as anti-colonial after the war, whereas the Poles probably, and I think more research needs to be done on this, probably had less of a role in colonialism, but decided to not to emphasise this anti-colonial agenda afterwards. So there are a couple of possible reasons for this self-identification. One, I think, is the experience of 19th century Irish nationalists, specifically the challenges they faced in trying to internationalise their cause. The decline of the native language of Gaelic and the emphasis on religious discrimination against Catholics had undermined their credibility in the eyes of the leaders of the European nationalist movement, such as Mancini. Emphasising solidarity with other oppressed peoples, both inside and outside Europe, in a discourse of anti-colonialism, promised to strengthen, in turn, international support for the Irish cause. The Poles, by contrast, already enjoyed much international sympathy outside the partitioning powers from the late 18th century right up to World War I, most importantly from Woodrow Wilson. Geography also played a role. The borders of the new Irish state excluded the main ethno-religious minority, the Protestant descendants of the original English and Scottish settlers, and those residents in the south left in their droves, encouraged by violent attacks on their homes, what the Central Europeans might call wild expulsions. If the interwar Polish state, partly through its own military efforts, controlled territory populated by several ethnic minorities, the Irish government simply had no object over which to exercise colonial rule. The fact that Ireland was an island, as indicated in the quotation earlier, also set clear boundaries to the potential borders of the state in the future. Right, yeah. Finally, the Irish lacked a history of rule over other ethnic subjects because the unitary Irish state had already dissolved in the 12th century under the Norman invasion. Poland, on the other hand, had only to look back to the late 18th century to find a model of a multinational state led by Poles. Not all Poles sought to return to this kind of state. Pilsudski favoured a more federal model, but I think that Poland's very recent history of statehood meant that the relationship to non-Poles was always an issue. And in fact, what you see is that the Irish state becomes very homogenous in 1922, the Polish very homogenous in 1945. So there's a sort of a time lag there. So to conclude, the anti-colonial identification of the Irish state ultimately had little impact on the peoples of Europe's overseas colonies, while Britain received thousands of immigrants from its former colonies in the decades after World War II. The anti-colonial rhetoric of the Irish state disguised the complicity of previous generations of Irish people in the British colonial project and allowed it to avoid responsibility for the impoverishment that it caused. Only in the 21st century did Ireland receive large numbers of immigrants. Ironically, the greatest number came not from former overseas colonies, but from Poland.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mateusz Świetlicki, who works at the Department of Ukrainian Studies at Wrocław University. Has many publications already and has just finished working on his monograph, When Do Boys Become Men?, which is going to be published later this year. His research interests include sociology, cultural studies, gender studies, Ukrainian literature, and American history. Please, we're all ears.
First of all, I would like to welcome you in my city. I'm really glad that you all managed to come here, and I hope that you will find some time to explore Wrocław, which is a beautiful city. I would like to start my presentation with a few words on men and masculinity studies in Ukraine. Men and masculinity studies is still a marginal subject of academic interest in Ukraine, and the first anthology in Ukrainian devoted to Ukrainian masculinity and men's studies was published in 2014, and I was one of the co-editors. But still, some scholars had written on Ukrainian masculinity in Russian, Polish, Canadian, or Ukrainian scholarly press. Still, the lack of publications is surprising, especially when we think about the identity problems of Ukrainians caused by the complicated history and political situation before and after regaining independence in 1991. And as we all know, the political situation is still quite complicated, and Ukrainians still face many problems, and it's clearly visible in Serhiy Zhadan's fiction. In my paper and in my work generally, I assume that the contemporary dominant model of Ukrainian masculinity in Zhadan's fiction, and not only in Zhadan's fiction, is a result of several factors. The Soviet ideology, the Ukrainian history marked by the stigma of colonialism, communism, and totalitarianism, the fall of communism, and the subsequent political and cultural transformations, as well as the ensuing and still ongoing, of course, process of forming Ukrainian national identity. And here I would like to underline that the process of forming Ukrainian national identity, just like the process of just masculinity, forming masculinity is a process. It's an ongoing process. So in my work, I treat masculinity as a project, and in my book is titled When Do Boys Become Men? Masculinity as a Project. So I don't believe that there is such a thing as real masculinity. So here I would like you to I would like you to know that I'm just talking about some models of masculinity in Zhadan's fiction. And before reading fragments of my paper, I would like to say that a few words about the dominant Soviet model of masculinity. So the dominant model of masculinity, yeah, I was supposed to talk about sexual politics in the USSR, but I assume that most of you know a thing or two about that, so I just deleted the part, but I couldn't help myself, so no. I wanted to say something in Ukrainian, sorry. So masculinity. So the dominant model, Soviet model of masculinity had evolved, and until the early 1950s, it was defined by the image of a usually young, mostly asexual, strongly androgenic male, an active participant in the heroic process of industrialization of the country, then in the Great Patriotic War, and finally in the reconstruction of the war damages. He was a son of the nation whose life vocation was to fulfill his duty towards his motherland, and his way of life was a matter of state, the way of the builders of the Soviet state power, the way of the soldier liberator who was bringing peace and a new socialist order to the nations of Central and Eastern Europe subjugated by Hitlerism. But in the late period of socialist realism, the dominant model of masculinity in literature and movies began to change. This can be attributed to several factors. No one raised a hand against their homeland. There was no need to defend children and women. Moreover, the Soviet ideals significantly faded. Therefore, in literature, a new stereotype of masculinity emerged, an image of a sexually active heterosexual man professionally performing his male activities, financially independent, a man who could earn enough to afford having wife and children, clearly distinguishing between the world of his male issues, the female world, so the world of family and emotions, but also the worlds of other men standing below in the social hierarchy, so the so-called softer man. And the real Soviet man could only be a soldier or a laborer. Here you have a beautiful picture of that. And of course, a defender of socialism. He was supposed to achieve his manhood synonymous with physical strength by working hard and by keeping a family he could work for. This model of masculinity was widespread in the Soviet propaganda, and a perfect example is the Soviet filmography or posters, Soviet posters. But some of its features were highlighted, so devotion to the homeland, heroism, collectivism, and others completely ignored independence, self-reliance, which made fitting into the dominant model of masculinity extremely difficult. So the model of masculinity was very clear, but still practically no Soviet man could achieve this dominant model of masculinity present in movies, in art. And when it comes to, here quickly because we don't have much time. Okay, so when it comes to, oh no. You can read the quote, sorry. When it comes to the gender roles, after the collapse of USSR and the contemporary Ukrainian literature, because I assume that most of you read my paper where I talk about the emergence of the positive rebel, of a young positive rebel. I talked about the influences of Anglo-American popular culture on young Ukrainians. But I would like to tell you a thing or two about the gender roles after the collapse of the USSR and women in Zhadan's fiction. So something that you cannot find in my paper. In the contemporary Ukrainian literature, written by men, of course, women are usually portrayed very stereotypically. Women in the fiction of Serhiy Zhadan, Lyubko Derez, or Yuri Andrukhovich, so well-known writers, are mothers, whores, sexually active teenagers.
With a comma.
Yeah. No, actually, they're mothers, comma whores, or mother whores. Really, they're. I'll tell you more about that in a second. It sounds confusing. Okay, and their main function is to please men. So they just have to please men sexually, usually. And this can be linked to the fact that after the fall of communism, a return to traditional pre-Soviet gender roles was becoming a very popular idea. So women as mothers and caretakers, and men as successful professional heads of families, breadwinners. And here you have a great quote, which probably most of you know, by Irina Novikova, that after the collapse of communism, it is commonly believed that men were emasculated, made effeminate by the official Soviet model of sex equality, it is popularly believed that man's historic identity was lost and now has to be restored. Thus, the critical response to the failure of the whole Soviet utopian project is reflected in a gender dynamic. And what happened in Central and Eastern Europe is sometimes called a quiet gender revolution or renaissance of patriarchy. So women were excluded from the public sphere and traditional patriarchal gender patterns were restored, limiting the number of free kindergartens and nurseries, kept working women at home, and was supposed to give rise to the dramatically falling birth rate. And when it comes to Ukraine, between 1989 and 2009, the population decreased from 52 to 45 million. So we can see that this policy was not that successful. And period of transition, this renaissance of patriarchy was supported by the majority of Ukrainian political parties, where women were pushed to the margins, and religious organizations that are in principle anti-feminist, and the mass media, which promoted this discourse of traditional family and the restoration of national traditions and moral values ruined by the Soviet system. And it is okay, I will not read that. I will tell you a thing or two about those women in Zhadan's fiction, because after reading all of Zhadan's books, and here, of course, I only talk about volumes of fiction, so his novels and short stories. I did not analyze his poetry, because Zhadan is why I have to say why Zhadan. Zhadan is actually the most popular Ukrainian writer, and his popularity is surprising because he writes in Ukrainian, and both Ukrainian and Russian speakers read his books. Moreover, he is quite popular in Russia. He won some awards in Russia and in Germany and in Poland. Two of his novels have already been published in English. And all of his novels and short stories, from what I know, were published in Germany, in Austria.
Yes,
in German.
the Germans, yeah.
Yes, and of course in Polish. And so, of course, I do not think that Zhadan gives us a clear representation of the Ukrainian society, of Ukrainian men, but still I think that it gives us a good example. So that's why I chose Zhadan. Plus, his fiction is really great. So if you like literature like that, it's quite similar to Rudish. So I just recommend it. So after reading...
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
You like misogynist?
Yeah. No, but the thing is that on the one hand, I really like his fiction, but on the other hand, I'm very skeptical and I'm very critical of his attitude towards women, especially because it is very it's typical of these things that I have just told you about. So we can divide women in Zhadan's fiction into 4 groups. The first one is promiscuous older women, and I think that this is interesting because all of women, and here I talk about older women, so women who are in their 50s, 60s, they are all very sexual, and the main goal of their lives is to share their Ars Amandi knowledge with young boys. For example, in one of the short stories found in Depeche Mode and other stories, we meet a 68-year-old widow who wants to teach 16-year-old boys love. And they, of course, they all get drunk and they all want to have sex with her, but she chooses only one of the boys. And she is, it's a very, of course, very stereotypical depiction of a woman who has lost her husband a few years ago and she's lost and okay, it's okay. Or in Anthem of the Democratic Youth, we meet Eva, who is a bookkeeper, and she becomes the first lover of Ivan, a young student, and this is this is an interesting story because she becomes a victim. She is beaten by this boy's uncles, and one of them hits her really hard with his shoe and says, "Oh, you stupid whore! You destroyed my shoe." And it's a really very terrible stereotypical depiction. And of course, the boy is the victim of this lady. Of course, he wanted to have sex with her, but he is here we see him as the victim of this promiscuous lady. So this is one group. There are, of course, other. It's not only two. No, really, sorry. That's the problem with me. When I start talking, it's really difficult for me to stop. Yeah. So I'll just quickly. The second group is promiscuous teenagers. So teenagers, girls who are 14, 15, 16, and they all just want to have sex with the boys and with older men. For example, in Voroshilowgrad, which was published also in English, we meet a girl whose name is Katya, and she is 15. And after her, the bad guys in the novel kill her dog, and she runs into the protagonist's arms because she is so sad and devastated, and he has sex with her, because that's the only way that he tries to make her feel better. Yeah. So in the third group, prostitutes. This is the most popular group in Žadan's fiction. In every single book, every single story, we meet prostitutes who are perceived very stereotypically, and they are often victims also of human trafficking and stuff like that. And the fourth group, lesbians. But very stereotypical lesbians who are supposed to have sex with heterosexual men to make them... So lesbians as a sexual fantasy for heterosexual men. And there's also... I can say that the fifth group has emerged in one of his latest novels. So regular female character, so a woman who is not regular. Yes, regular. So a woman who does not have sex with any of the protagonists. So for the first time ever in Žadan's fiction, there is a woman who does not want to build her relationship with the protagonist on sex. So she does not want to have only a sexual relationship. But so I assume that Žadan will continue this this narrative of women who are not only supposed to be sexually active. So this is something that I wanted to tell you. I thought that I would read some of my paper, but you can read it online. So
thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have the fourth participant. We were not hoping that you will show up, but you did.
Sorry for being late.
Okay, sorry if I mispronounced your last name. I didn't have a chance to ask you. It's Jawad Dayor?
Yes.
Dayor, okay. Jawad has an MA in history, and he's currently working on his PhD thesis at the University of Strasbourg, exploring the history of German timber trade and forest exploitation in partitioned Poland between 1840 and 1914. So, please.
Thank you very much, and sorry again for having been late. I'm going to speak about the opinion of Poles about German Cameroon. It's the topic of my presentation. In recent years, scholars have begun to examine Germany's relationship with Poland in a colonial or post-colonial perspective. Analyzing the structure of power and control, racism and cultural chauvinism, they pointed out many similarities between colonial practices in Prussian Poland and in the overseas colonies. Yet, most of these studies refer to German sources, focusing on the German colonial conception and imaginations about Poland, not about how Poles considered and experienced it. This communication tries to research in this direction by questioning the Polish point of view about German colonialism in Africa in relation with the perception of Prussian rule at home. From the mid-1880s, many Poles living in the Prussian partition observed with interest the progress of colonial expansion in the German colonies. As pointed out by Piotr Szlanta in a paper published in 2012, the Polish press, as well as the Polish party, Koło Polskie, in the German parliament, representing the Polish population in the Reichstag, played a very important role for introducing colonial questions in the Polish public debate. I would like to ask here to what extent the Prussian Poles compare their own situations to the one of Africans under German rule. And for it, I would like to focus on the case of Cameroon. This territory was probably the African colonies that interested the Polish public opinion the most. In the early 80s, a Polish explorer of Africa, Stefan Scholz-Rogozinski, traveled to Cameroon. Officially, that was an exploration expedition, but unofficially, the expedition was looking for a place for a Polish colony. He had no support from the Russian Empire, but was backed by a number of influential Poles, such as Henryk Sienkiewicz and Bolesław Prus. Rogozinski signed an agreement with the British representative, but meanwhile, Gustav Nachtigal, German representative, take control over the country. Later, Rogozinski became a persona non grata in Cameroon. But from this point on, many Poles tended to look at the German colonialism in Africa with a very critical eye and expressed hostility to the political, cultural, and economic domination of Cameroon by the Germans. This was linked to the fact that Poles and Cameroonians had to face a number of brutal policies and measures imposed by the German government. I would like here to examine two of these policies. In fact, the Germanization of culture, especially through the school policy, and second, the dispossession of land. So, the Germanization policy at school. One thing common to all the German colonies was the introduction of German language education. In Cameroon, the pre-colonial period could be considered as a time of language cohabitation between English, Pidgin English, and some native languages. Language conflict soon started when the Germans arrived. In 1887, the first German education officer, Theodor Christaller, arrived and opened a government school in Douala. Several other schools were founded in the following years. In order to attract German teachers to Cameroon, the government offered salary incentives and free housing for those who accepted to stay at least 2 years. It's interesting to see that some teachers came from the Polish-speaking parts of Prussia, like, for instance, Schulze from Upper Silesia, who came with his wife and children, or Skuszewski, a teacher from Gogolin, Silesia, who came a few years later. Just a few months after Germany had taken over administration of Cameroon, the Goniec Wielkopolski, a Polish paper, foresaw the introduction of German as the language of education, as it already happened in other non-German speaking parts of the German Empire. I quote an extract of this paper. "Rejoice, Polish children, not only you are learning Normalwörter, not only you are learning to sing Ich bin ein Preuße. Today, apart from Lithuanians, Poles, Moravians, Serbs, French, Walloons, Dutch and Danes, even small blacks are taken to this pedagogy. Because you need to know that blacks from Cameroon are already your fellow citizens." As underlined by Kenneth Orosz, language policy in colonial Cameroon was linked to the echoes of the culture camp in Prussian Poland. In 1887, a step into Germanization of Prussian Poles was taken by the Prussian Minister of Culture when he decreed that Polish language lessons had to be banned from the whole Prussian Poland. In Cameroon, the situation was very different, at least at the beginning. On his arrival in 1887, Christaller began to work with the Douala language, so the native local language, even creating a German Douala dictionary. Despite the fact that at home, German officials were actively trying to promote the spread of the German language in Polish-speaking provinces, the governor of Cameroon, Julius van Soden, welcomed Christaller's work with local vernacular. He was apparently so impressed by his efforts with the idea of making Douala as the official state languages of German Cameroon. This liberal language policy in Cameroon also captivated the Poles, who were enduring strong Germanization policy at home. I quote again an extract from Catholic, another newspaper from Upper Silesia. There are in Germany such teachers who stuff their head with the belief that the school may educate and raise well-polished children with the help of a foreign language. Let those teachers go to study with Mr. Christeller in Cameroon. This gentleman concluded that teaching Cameroonians in German or English brings nothing, and for this reason, he learned the language of his pupils and used to achieve the goals that the schools had set for itself. So the newspaper was stressing the good idea of Christeller by learning the pupils in their own language. In fact, in the following years, Poles hoped to have the same opportunity at home to learn in Polish language. These hopes were partially fulfilled after the appointment of Caprivi as Chancellor in 1990. Yet, during the following years, the policy changed in Cameroon when metropolitan interest groups put pressure for the spread of the German language. In 1897, Governor von Puttkamer banned the use of indigenous languages in school and emphasizes the use of German as medium of instruction. Instructions in German was encouraged by financial grants. Then, a Protectorate Act limited the use of local languages by missionaries, and English was supplanted by German as the predominant language of instruction. This evolution came along with the tightening of the language policy in the Polish provinces of Prussia. Facing difficulties to achieve the desired level of German practices at school, the government opted to ban the use of Polish in favor of German as the medium of instruction. These measures unleashed a wave of protest among the Polish population of Poznania. It's the famous children's strikes of Września, and so some other ones who were protests against the introducing of German as introduction language for religion classes. These strikes were very violent. A lot of people were officially charged. Some of them were sentenced to imprisonment. In this context, some German teachers and officials attempted to exploit the success of the German education in Cameroon within the public debate over education in the Polish provinces. It was, for instance, the case of a German teacher, Emil Sendbritsky, who published in German newspaper an article comparing the German school and language policy led in Cameroon and in Poznania. According to him, the government should have been as strong with the Poles as with the Africans. He even quoted a letter he said he has received from one of his black students. I quote this later: Landgrave, stay tall. What goes on in Cameroon must be possible also in Prussia. May the government not waver to maintain the claim of German as language as of religious instruction in all Prussian schools. Sendbritsky also put forward the patriotism and loyalty of Germanized Cameroonians as opposed to the rebellious spirit of the Poles in Poznania. The Polish press reacted violently against his paper. Because having a Polish-sounding name, Sendbritsky, he was called a renegade by the Gazeta Torunska. The newspaper also referred to a book published by Karl Becher, another teacher, which was very critical about the real results of the German school policy in Cameroon. Becher wrote, visiting German colonies, the author pointed out that the natives are familiar with the following words from the language of Goethe and Schiller Schweinhund, Vorwärts, Bier, besoffen, fauler Kopf, verboten, and so on and so on. So only bad words. Second point of my presentation, forced expropriation and the disposition of land. The most serious consequences of the government policy in Cameroon came during the last year of the German rule. The government desires to prevent speculation in land and to improve the health conditions for the Europeans residing in Douala, led to the decision in 1910 to move the natives from the town of Douala to a new location, separated from the European community. By this act of expropriation, the Douala people were to lose their land and the German government was to become the owner. The expropriations affected most of the Douala clans, and among them, a very important figures emerged. It was the son of the king of Cameroon, Mangda Ndubelbel, son called Mangabel. He was an African, a Cameroonian, but he was raised to also in a European way of life. He studied in Germany, studied law. He studied law. Thank you. And he was a leader of the contestation against the expropriation measures. It's very interesting to see that the Poles, again, were interested in the expropriation policy in Cameroon. In 1912, the Silesian newspaper Polak wrote, "As you can see, the government, regarding to Germanization, removes not only Poles, but also blacks from their homeland." As a matter of fact, Prussian Poles were already since more than 2 decades facing a policy of dispossessions of land based on ethnic discrimination principles. I'm not going to describe it in detail because I think most of you know it. The expulsion in 1885, the creation of a Prussian settlement commission the following year, and the very famous expropriation law from 1908, who permitted the forcible expropriation of Polish landowners by the Settlement Commission. For the Polish public opinion, the similarities and the linkages between the dispositions of land policies led in the different parts of the German Empire were obvious. In 1909, the satirical magazine Mucha, The Flea, published a cartoon that summarized the key elements of the German governmental policies against the Polish and the Cameroonian peoples. I sent in my paper a copy of the picture. I think maybe you saw it. On the top of the monument, the cartoonist drew the so-called Jimawas wagon. On the left, a picture of the expropriation policy in Poland. On the right, a picture of the violent policy of the military in Cameroon. So it was a picture summarizing all the aspects of the violent Prussian policies and stressing a parallel between the different parts of this policy. For finishing, I would like to quote the deputy member of parliament Franciszek Morawski-Dzierżicki. He was member of the Polish party, Koło Polskie, in the German Reichstag, and he took defense of Mangabel, the leader of the anti-expropriation policy in Cameroon. In a very interesting way, his discourse in the German parliament led him to a general critique of European colonialism in the world. I quote, "I just want to remind how the Spaniards behaved in South America, especially in Peru, in which way they set up culture among the poor Indians. I remind you what terrible, horrifying things have occurred in recent times in Belgian Congo. And last but not least, gentlemen, please allow me to say, we are those, it means the Poles, we are those we sympathize the most, and we are very suspicious against reports saying that the blacks are not treated badly. if 15 miles from Berlin, a high-level civilized nation is handled that way, as we know it all too well, then we think it must be nice in a country where the natives cannot even defend themselves in speech and right. He was speaking about the Cameroonians, and he was stressing that the only reliable sources about the situation in Cameroon, according to him, was the Polish Palatines, the missionaries which were in Cameroon. So, in conclusion in 30 seconds, several studies have reinterpreted 20th century European history in the light of the colonial conquest and their repercussion on the Western world. During the recently, for instance, a fierce debate has emerged regarding the Herero and Nama genocide in Southwest Africa. I think you know well what I'm speaking about. Yet some other scholars challenge the idea that the colonization period was a founding event in the history of modern violence. Regarding the history of mass crimes, they asserted that there may be not only a path from Windhoek to Auschwitz, it's a famous book from Jürgen Zimmerer, but also one from Europe to Africa. In a disquieting case study, Isabel Hull argues that the Prussian military culture that developed within the German military, not later than the wars against France, the Franco-Prussian War, made possible the genocide against the Herero. Regarding this debate, it's interesting to underline that most of the Prussian Poles did not consider that Germany's colonial conquest in Africa had an influence on the Germanization policies they experienced at home. In their eyes, it was just the opposite. Indeed, Poles often compared the mistreatment of the Cameroonians at the hands of the Prussians contemporary German policy towards themselves. Thank you, and sorry for having been a little bit too long.
Okay, so we still have about 23 minutes for discussion before the coffee break. Please, questions?
Thank you very much. I have two questions, one for Miriam and one for Matthew. For Miriam, first of all, I wondered if you could tell me a little bit more perhaps about inclusion in the discourse, if at all, of Russian Germans who returned since the 90s and early 2000s and who were such a prevalent political voice in representing Russian expatriate identity. And I'll ask you in the coffee break about music. And for Matthew, I wanted to return to one word that you used a lot in your presentation, that was the word stereotype or stereotypical. And just as you said, stereotypical lesbians, I'm not sure I know what a stereotypical lesbian is anymore. Know what a stereotypical heterosexual is. But I wonder what is particularly Central European about the misogynistic, homophobic literature you're talking about? Isn't it just stereotypically misogynistic and homophobic? We can find this anywhere. I certainly know lots of other authors like this.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, when it comes to the presentation of the Russian Germans, there is really little I can tell you about, because there are by now several, especially younger authors of the origins, who are fairly successful. But when it comes to their presentations, nothing. I couldn't give you an example. Nothing I know about, because I guess the answer is simply none. I mean, not that I know everything, but what I can think, unfortunately.
Okay. When it comes to stereotype, when it comes to the lesbian stereotype, of course I was referring to very, I think, common stereotype in Ukraine of a lesbian who's just a woman who pretends to be lesbian in order to seduce a man, of course. So I was referring to this stereotype, of course, which is a common and popular stereotype in Eastern Europe, and especially in Ukraine, according to some to data. And your second question was what's Central European. For example, the thing that none of the none of the readers saw those things in Jordan's fiction. So I didn't find any articles, anything. I didn't find anything about homophobia or misogyny in Jordan's fiction. People did not see those things at all. For example, when we read a book like that, a German book or an American book, critics are usually critical, are skeptical of, for example, the representation of women or homosexuals here. But here in Jordan, in Ukraine's case, I think that the only people who wrote anything about masculinity, about the attitude towards women in Jordan's fiction are Professor Agnieszka Matusiak and me from Poland. So I think that this is something specific about Jordan's fiction, and Jordan is not the only author. Most of the Ukrainian authors write about things, and people just focus on the depiction of the city in Jordan's fiction, on memory, trauma, the colonial discourse, post-colonial discourse, post-Soviet discourse. And here I wanted to show that men act as colonizers in a different way. So as colonized subjects, they also somehow colonize women, so they want to act superior, and I think this is something also typical of Eastern Europe, Central Europe. So I think that it's not the same. It's not the same as the case with German or American or British books, which can be fitted into, put into a similar genre. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered.
I think, okay, please.
Thank you. Thank you for all your papers. My question goes to Miriam. I was wondering about sort of layers of coloniality and layers of history in the spaces of Berlin. Because you said in the end that there's this issue of reconquering city space, and then I was wondering how much is that a Soviet city space, which would be more of Eastern Berlin perhaps, surroundings, or does it refer to the Weimar Republic or to an even older immigration of Russians? So I was wondering about layers of city spaces and the mapping of it.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, basically, what we see in Communar's text, and this and in others, it's always this movement from the periphery to the center, right? Which is, if you think of the 45, this is exactly the movement of the of the Red Army, progressing into the very center. I can think of no examples of the Weimar Republic in other times, but. So when it comes to the post-1990 period, which he describes in his text, this is, there are two ideas here. One, for the poor migrant who arrives in Germany and lives at the outskirts in cheap accommodation somewhere in the suburbs, and eventually progresses into the center as he becomes wealthier and richer, and he can afford more and live in the center. And the other one, especially when it comes to Russian tourists, which is one of the stories, and they are welcome. This book, the travel agency advertises trips to Berlin to rich Russians in terms of come conquer Berlin again, and fly your own. I had the quotation somewhere, and fly your own flag over the new Reichstag. So this is explicitly about the new Berlin and how it can be conquered again. So these are this military and aggressive tones, and so you cannot come. The idea being that you don't come as a tourist and you go sightseeing and watch stuff, but you go there as a conqueror again, and there are no other ideas or terms or ways into the city except for that. So that answers your question.
Julia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentations. I have two common questions to Mateusz. Thank you for your paper. It was very interesting. It also intersects with my sphere of interest. When it comes to your paper, I have a question. Have you ever thought of using the psychoanalysis? Because it's a very popular trend in gender studies and implemented, for instance, in the research in Scandinavian countries, European states. Not for the sake of the theory, theory is theory, but probably to help you, to make your interpretations and arguments, to strengthen it. And then another question regarding your presentation. So I think that the gender roles in contemporary Ukraine entered a new era with the Russian aggression and the level of violence, war and militarization of the society. So, and there have been a number of fresh research about the instrumentalization of femininity, and etc., etc. So it would be interesting to see how the Zhadan and other intellectuals in Ukraine will grasp these differences, or they will just continue their, talks, because the evidence, like from the ground, says that there are changes and very big changes when it comes to gender roles in contemporary Ukraine, when it comes to military culture, etc., etc. So that's where this psychoanalysis intersects. So maybe it's you can treat Zhadan's text from this perspective, but you can also treat his personality in his context from this perspective as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your great comments. When it comes to the changes currently taking place in Ukraine, that's the question that they leave us with. That's the question that I ask in the conclusions of my book. So I'm also really interested in the way that Zhadan and other writers will handle the situation and the changes, because Zhadan's last novel was published in 2013, so before Maidan, Mesopotamia, and already in Mesopotamia we can see some changes when it comes to masculinity. So because we can see some elements of that lead us to the Bible, New Testament, Jesus. So his protagonists are, let's say, reborn. So they are different, they change. So I'm also looking forward to reading his new book, which, from what I have heard, is about to be published in 2016 or 2017. I think 2017, because 2016 is already almost over. And when it comes to your first question on psychoanalysis, I talk a bit about psychoanalysis in the first chapter of my book, because it's impossible not to talk about it while discussing gender studies, feminism, and so on. But and you can find some traces of psychoanalysis in my work, but I don't think that it's something that I feel a deep connection with. So and also I know that most scholars in Poland are skeptical of psychoanalysis, especially in my Slavic studies department. So it's for most of them it's not a good thing to do psychoanalysis. That's just.
Okay.
And thank you for your comments.
Question providing also on Joa's that when you analyze post-Irish, actually they have two alternatives: to focus on the common destiny that they are both subject to discrimination, or to try to compensate and show, well, look, we don't deserve to be discriminated, they are worse than we are. So I would like to ask about racism, because you focus on national governments and their general attitude towards colonization. But what I remember from Malcolm X's memoirs, when he described Detroit that he lost, that there was a bridge between two neighborhoods, and black guys could come and meet young white girls and have sex with them, and they were Poles. So the only white girls who didn't have any inhibitions against sex with black Poles were the Poles in his memoir. So my question is about race. Whether, and because I'm not specialist in this, but whether there was any try to make research about the level of racism among the Irish and the Polish in the States or in other areas of immigration. Because if there are any differences, it would be interesting because we would see what relates in the culture or in different experiences. But that's a problem. I once checked the date of the assassination of Prince Hannah and I discovered to my terror how popular Valor the Killer is still in Poland in the internet. There's a fan club in the Transcarpathia, in the Podhale region where Valor comes from. So it is, even today it's an issue, and no wonder because the Poles from southern Poland often compete in New York for on the job market with the blacks. So it's typical for the Poles today. It was typical for the Irish in the 19th century. So that's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on ethnic communities within the US, but I think certainly the Irish have a history of racism. How that compares with the Poles, I'm really not sure. But I think there was an analogous situation where Irish were competing with blacks for jobs. And I mean, there's a book, How the Irish Became White, which suggests that they emphasised their whiteness in order to differentiate themselves from the blacks. I suppose in other situations, I mean, in Britain there's a famous slogan, sort of, no blacks, no Irish need apply, where, you know, they're both being sort of denigrated at the same time. But that didn't necessarily lead to any kind of sense of solidarity between the two peoples. I suppose you see in Ireland today there's an increasing black population as well as the Europeans that have come in since 2004. Lots of Nigerians, and certainly there are tensions and there have been some violent incidents. I suspect not as much as is the case in Poland, but I'm not 100% sure of that. So I don't think either of them come out particularly well on that score.
Dorota, you have a question.
Very quickly, I wanted to say to Mateusz that this photo of this male, yeah, as an ideal, is potentially extremely homoerotic, yeah, because
it sure
actually he's represented as a robust worker, but in fact he looks like a ballet dancer, and in many ways. So I think there is a lot of work to do. I think how what is forbidden creeps up anyway, yeah, in those images, for example. And I had a question to Rushin quickly. I don't know if you, I think you probably mentioned it in your presentation. If not, I'm sorry, I just didn't remember it. But also another similarity to compare is obviously the class structure of oppression, like the peasants. Yeah, the peasants were in this colonial setup in both countries the most oppressed group, and both were in many ways doubly oppressed, yeah, by the colonizer, and also by the more, let's say, native gentry class. More in Poland in this respect, obviously, but I think. But there is one difference, I think, that is also potentially worth exploring, I think, and that seems to be very pertinent to this subject, is the adaptation to the imperial language, what you have talked about as well, and such an adaptation which is the typical post-colonial, let's say colonial, anti-colonial reappropriation of the imperial language. So I think the Irish went this way, yeah? And the Poles, because it's some kind of a taboo thing in Polish post-colonial studies, yeah? To talk about a possibility of Poles writing in imperial languages, yeah? It came up in one of the discussions, yeah, but it was critical of the post-colonial application, yeah, that why don't we talk about it? And it's an interesting thing to trace, yeah? That is some kind of a bizarre effect of colonial oppression, yeah? This question. I think, by the way, and to you, I think Herbert Miszewski would add a bit to your question on the returning Germans from, like in her case, from Wołyń, I think, yeah?
But that's different. But that's a different case from the Russians. And when it comes to the representations of others, I mean, there are obviously many texts written by people and their descendants. But when it comes to the representation by others,
yeah, it's different.
Okay. Are you gonna react? Somehow?
Yeah, but you also had a question. So do you want to go first?
Because we have
Let's
two more
just
questions,
comment.
so we have to be.
That's a good point. I agree that there homoerotic element here is really striking. I just want to say that, because I didn't say that, the quote in the title of my paper comes from a song by Joe Jackson, and I would like to read a fragment of the song, which is the motto of my work. Man makes a gun, man goes to war. Man can kill, and man can drink, and man can take a whore. Kill all the blacks, kill all the reds, and if there's war between the sexes, then there will be no people left. And so it goes and go round again, but now and then we wonder who the real men are. So this is the motto of my work. So we still wonder who the real men are. Who is the stereotype? You ask some about who is the stereotypical heterosexual man. So it's something that we still have to think of, and the stereotype changes.
Yeah, there's the question on the peasantry. I mean, you're right. I think peasants are pretty much miserable everywhere. The difference, I suppose, in the Irish case is that there's an ethnic difference between themselves and that they're landlords, and that is exploited then to political effect in a way that it isn't in Poland. So, and it's the middle classes that lead the Irish nationalist movement, whereas in the Polish case, it's initially at least the gentry and the nobility. And of course, the Irish nobility have essentially been exiled before. So that's a difference. In terms of the adaptation, the appropriation of language, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at in the Polish case. Are you talking about particular sort of idioms that have crept into Polish that would make it from the Russian, or what sort of appropriation?
I'm thinking about Yeats, for example, who,
I can see it in the Irish case.
Irish Twilight,
the
revival of culture, and as an anti-colonial gesture as well. And this is something which is missing, for better or worse. I'm not judging it, but the fact is, it's missing from those various Polish anti-colonial, let's say, initiatives.
I mean, in a very literal sense, I suppose that the fact that the Irish language had declined beforehand meant that English was inevitably being used as the language against the conqueror, and then influenced by
If you think how many Poles would speak Russian or German fluently.
Okay, please.
I have a question for Rosie Gerard. I was wondering if there is not a shift in the Polish engagement with colonialism we're speaking about, from originally wanting to have an own state because you don't have one, and then wanting to have a colony to push away minorities. You don't want to have your own state. And it was Madagascar plan, I think. I might be wrong. And then for German, yes, what's funny about this perception of school policy in Russia is that actually the school policy in Russia doesn't seem really special at all if you compare it with other school policies in Europe, across Europe. French school policy is quite the same. Of course, there was no anti-rules condition in France, so there are some special things. But I was wondering if we would compare, so not only colonies, but also with what other states wanting to create a nation at this time where they were doing across Europe. And if they compare, who compares and to which methods?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how thought through all these plans were in terms of the colonies and whether they were going to be used as a space for minority. And I don't think they were thinking about sort of massive population displacement, but I'd have to look more into that. I mean, I think certainly colonies were seen as a sort of a status symbol, and I think the point of not having had a state is very important because they're starting sort of, you know, from a sort of a lower stage than others, and they want to sort of not only have their own state, but have their colonies to prove that they are a serious player on the European stage. And I mean, Ireland is trying to do the same thing, but just using a very different kind of technique. But yeah, certainly that plays an important role.
Yes, you are fully right. I quote a newspaper which was describing the fact that this policy was not only in the Prussian part of Poland, but the Polish part of Prussia, but also in the French ones, in Alsacia, for instance, Lithuania, Moravian Serbs. It was a quote from Polish newspaper, but the question you raise about comparison is, I think, very important. I didn't have enough time to describe it, but the comparisons between Poles and Blacks, which were led by Germans, when not always well considered by Poles. Some Poles considered that it was a kind of insult of comparison with blacks. It's very, you can see it in other sources, especially Polish reactions about the article of Sembritsky I was talking about. So Paul led themselves comparisons, but they also reacted to the comparisons led by others. And it's a very complex configuration.
Okay, one last question.
Yeah.
One.
Actually been covered already.
Oh, okay, okay. Nobody?
I have a very short question to Miriam. Do you connect your analysis with the contemporary memory politics in Russia in respect to the Great Patriotic War and this, this glorification of the Great Patriotic War and neglecting what happened until 1941? And because I see clear parallels in your narrative, in your analysis. And what else? Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a very important issue, and it would certainly be extremely interesting. However, you need to keep in mind that the Kaminer's book, the one I was talking about, was published 2000. Much before. Yeah. So that's sort of too early for that discourse in Russia. However, what would really be interesting is to see how it moves hence and forth. It's certainly. I haven't. This Kaminer example is the most telling, but I would have to look for similar examples in more recent texts, so we could maybe be interesting.
Against the glorification of war,
absolutely.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's call it a morning.
Yes, I think.
Launch our presentations. You have a presentation.
Penultimate session, so for us to remain on schedule, I suggest we start right away. We have 4 presentations in this section. The first talk will be given by Professor Heberlein from the University of Hamburg. I will not do any further introductions because you have the full information in the bios, and I just suggest we start right now. Please.
Thank you. In 1746, the University of Göttingen was looking for a new instructor in the Italian language. As living languages were not part of the traditional academic curriculum in the early modern period, language instructors rarely obtained the status of professors. Instead, universities hired Sprachmeister, that is, men who lacked formal academic credentials, received a meager salary or none at all, and offered language instruction to paying students. Many instructors were native speakers, and while some were well respected, others were of a more dubious character. This seems to have been the case with Göttingen's early teachers of Italian. One university's official spoke of vagrant, dissolute fellows and complained that one had absconded after collecting advance fees from his students, while another had repeatedly caused scandal on account of his frivolous sexual behavior. A correspondent in Hamburg eventually suggested a man named Johann Matthias Kramer for the position. Kramer, it was reported, was the son of the well-known language teacher Matthias Kramer of Nuremberg. He had just announced the upcoming publication of an English grammar and was reputed to be well trained in Italian. Moreover, he was described as a religious man who was seeking to lead a quiet, settled life after many years of traveling almost every part of the world. The Hanoverian official in charge of the search process was excited about the prospect of recruiting the son of the famous Matthias Kramer, whom he had met many years before, and was convinced that Kramer would do a better job than his predecessors. What the officials hiring Kramer did not mention and probably did not know was that his career was oscillating between 2 apparently very different professions. Prior to his employment in Göttingen, Kramer had not only worked as a language teacher, but had also been active as an emigration agent, recruiting German settlers for the infant colony of Georgia. His career had led him from his native Nuremberg to Philadelphia, then back across the Atlantic to Rotterdam and Hamburg, and it would later terminate in Pennsylvania. I will use Kramer's transatlantic biography to illustrate some links between language migration and the circulation of information in the 18th century. Although his professions as a language teacher and an emigration agent were seemingly different, they actually shared several similarities. Both language teachers and emigration agents were highly mobile. They lacked formal training and often had to adjust to new environments. Language instructors as well as emigration agents faced stiff competition, and while both served certain needs in an increasingly mobile society, they had rather dubious reputations. More generally, the career of Johann Matthias Kramer highlights some of the economic, social, and cultural links that tied 18th century Central Europe to Great Britain's Atlantic Empire. Research undertaken in the past decades has demonstrated the complexity of these links. More than 100,000 Germans crossed the Atlantic between 1683 and 1775, most of them entering the colonies through the port of Philadelphia. A number of enterprising individuals, merchants, businessmen traveling back and forth between Europe and the colonies, and emigration agents operating between Switzerland, the Rhineland, and Rotterdam sought to profit from this flow of migrants. Religious institutions and communities, like the Glaucha orphanage founded by the Lutheran pietist August Hermann Franke and Count Nikolaus von Zinzendorf's Moravian brethren, further contributed to the complexity of these transatlantic ties. They sent missionaries overseas, established regular transatlantic communication channels, and engaged in business ventures of their own. While my account of Kramer's career builds on these insights into an increasingly interconnected Atlantic world, it also seeks to add some new facets. And the story starts in Nuremberg. Among the numerous people who try to make a living by teaching foreign languages, Matthias Kramer was among the most respected and most productive. Born into a Catholic family in Cologne, he spent most of his life in Nuremberg, where he instructed the sons of patricians and merchants in French and Italian, and compiled an impressive number of grammars, dictionaries, manuals, and treatises for learners of these languages. His works were well received, and his growing fame earned him a corresponding membership in the Prussian Academy of Sciences. But despite this, Kramer found it hard to make a decent living from his profession. He never obtained the status of a citizen in the imperial city, merely enjoying the right of residence. Towards the end of his life, the octogenarian even left Nuremberg for an unsalaried position at the Noble Academy in nearby Erlangen. Kramer's financial difficulties were probably caused by the high degree of competition and fierce rivalries among language instructors. More than 24 teachers of French and Italian are documented in Nuremberg during the time when Kramer was active there. Although many of them failed or stayed only briefly, there is evidence that they cut into each other's business. While little is known about the early life of his son, Johann Matthias, he seems to have been trained by his father for the teaching profession. In 1719, father and son signed the dedication of Matthias Kramer's Dutch High German Dictionary to the States General of the Netherlands. This dictionary was the first of its kind, and as the older Kramer was almost 80 years old at the time, it seems likely that his son did a good part of the work and spent some time in the Netherlands. Some years after his father's death, Kramer turned his back on his native city. In 1731, his name appears on a list of recently arrived immigrants from Rotterdam in Philadelphia, where increasing numbers of Germans were being registered at the time. We do not know how long Kramer stayed there, but find him back in Rotterdam in 1737, where he is identified as the secretary of Nikolaus Ludwig von Zinzendorf, the charismatic leader of the pietistic Moravian Brotherhood. Under Zinzendorf's guidance, the Moravians were building a far-flung missionary enterprise that included the Danish Virgin Islands and the colony of Georgia. Georgia had been founded as a refuge for poor British and foreign Protestant settlers in 1732 and was governed from London by a board of trustees. While the colony's founders emphasized its philanthropic aspects, it is clear that Georgia was also conceived as a military bulwark against Spanish Florida and French Louisiana, and a vehicle of British imperial and commercial expansion. In April 1737, the Georgia trustees discussed a proposal by Johann Matthias Kramer, quote, to translate some part of the book called Reasons for Establishing the Colony of Georgia, a promotional tract on the new colony, into High Dutch at the trust's expense. Kramer also offered to recruit German settlers for Georgia and guide them from Worms to Rotterdam at the said person's expense. The trustees decided to contract with an English merchant firm in Rotterdam, Hope & Company, to transport 60 German passengers aged 12 and upwards to Georgia. Their passage was to be paid by the trustees or by indenturing the passengers in the colony. Hope & Company were one of the two leading shipping firms involved in transporting German settlers to the British colonies. And there were repeated complaints about poor conditions and ill treatment of passengers on their ships. Thus Kramer obviously teamed up with a company of a mixed reputation. In June 1737, Kramer reported to the trustees that he had not yet been successful in recruiting 60 able-bodied servants for their colony because all prospective immigrants decided to go to Pennsylvania and hoped to be transported there free of charge. The Germans' preference indicates that they were aware of the good reputation of Penn's colony and the problems associated with the trustees' fledgling province. Yet Kramer was still confident that some German migrants might eventually head for Georgia for lack of alternatives. When Kramer was informed that the trustees were unlikely to heed his suggestions, he traveled to Krefeld, where he intended to pursue his business interests and spend the winter. The book which Kramer proposed to translate for the trustees was eventually published 9 years later under the title Neueste und richtigste Nachricht von der Landschaft Georgia in dem englländischen Amerika. It was printed by the University Print Shop in Göttingen in the very year that Kramer accepted his teaching position there. The treatise contains translations of the reports of the royal commissioners on the nature of the colony, as well as an account of the rights and privileges offered to prospective settlers. In his preface, Kramer affirmed that he was competent to provide a detailed account due to his extended stay in America and his knowledge of the materials published in London. This information was particularly relevant in these hard and miserable times, he claimed, when numerous families had fallen into poverty and when Protestants in many parts of Europe were suffering from persecution. For these distressed Protestants, Kramer's pamphlet held the comforting news that King George II had decided, out of pure clemency and magnanimity, it said, to offer them asylum in the new province, where they could live decently by their labor. The king had offered to transport those who could not afford the passage free of charge and to supply them with everything that was necessary for a fresh start in the new world. Kramer's Neueste und richtigste Nachricht supplied detailed information on Georgia's geographic location, topography, government, administration, towns and settlements, native and immigrant population, climate, natural products, flora and fauna. Moreover, it emphasized the colony's rapid progress, fertile soil, healthy climate and pleasant location. Among the abundant natural products of the country, silk seemed to offer particularly bright prospects and might support thousands of poor settlers and their families. Kramer also assured his readers that the British king was doing everything in his power to guarantee the colony's safety and protection, emphasizing that Georgia was in peaceful terms with the Indians living in the area. His account of the province's rights and privileges emphasized that each settler who could pay for his own passage would receive 50 acres of land in perpetuity. This entailed the obligation to fence and cultivate the land and pay a modest quit rent. Indentured servants were entitled to 20 acres after the end of their term. Kramer also repeated that poor settlers were transported to Georgia free of charge and were supplied with everything they needed until able to support themselves. The trustees had promised that families who indentured themselves would not be separated and that they would be maintained adequately. Immigrant children born in Georgia would enjoy equal rights with English natives, and all Christians except the Roman Catholics would enjoy liberty of conscience. In the final section of his pamphlet, Kramer discussed the potential colonists' qualifications and the conditions of the voyage. The king and the Georgia trustees were not interested in attracting useless, idle, and immoral rabble, but were offering a fair deal to poor people who were determined to support themselves by hard labor and lead a God-fearing life. Regarding the ocean voyage, prospective settlers were encouraged to travel to Rotterdam and place their trust in the Georgia trustees' commissioners, who would take care of all necessary arrangements. Kramer, whose profession as a language teacher made him aware of linguistic barriers, also ensured readers that the colonists' unfamiliarity with the English language would not be a problem due to the foresight of the trustees and the existence of a German-speaking settlement in Ebenezer founded by refugees from Salzburg. While Kramer's pamphlet did contain a lot of reliable information, he mixed it with unsubstantiated claims. For example, that there might be mines of gold, silver, and precious stones, and systematically excluded the problems and conflicts which troubled the infant colony. Thus, he did not mention the high mortality among early settlers, the struggles between trustees and settlers over the introduction of African slavery, or the military conflict between Georgia and neighboring Spanish Florida that had broken out in 1739. Within the genre of promotional literature on the British colonies in North America, Kramer's pamphlet can be put aside a number of treatises published from the 1730s to 1750s, which advertised settlement opportunities to the north and south of Pennsylvania. By the 1730s, Pennsylvania already had a well-established reputation as a place of opportunity for German speakers, and information about the colony flowed back to Central Europe in the form of letters and oral testimony from traveling businessmen and recruiting agents. Entrepreneurs and land agents seeking to promote settlement in Virginia, the Carolinas, Maine, and Nova Scotia start to publish a new series of promotional tracts, but as each of these settlement projects ran into logistical and economic difficulties, the negative reports flowing back to Central Europe brought transatlantic migration to these settlements to a halt. Finally, only Pennsylvania was able to generate a self-sustaining flow of immigration that lasted for several decades. The small number of Germans arriving in Georgia at mid-century, some of whom may have been encouraged by Kramer's pamphlet, encountered a grim reality of material hardship and dissension that was a far cry from the optimistic vision of liberty and abundance that Kramer had laid out. When Kramer had accepted the teaching position in Göttingen, he had been promised an annual salary of 100 thalers, and it was expected that tuition fees would supplement this fixed income. In a letter which he wrote to the university's curator, Gerlach Adolf von Münchhausen, in early 1749, however, Kramer pointed out that he found it difficult to make ends meet. Although he was doing his best, was charging moderate fees and living as frugally as possible, there were simply too few students interested in learning Italian to support him and his family. He therefore appealed to Münchhausen's clemency and submissively asked for a raise, but his humble petition met with a blunt reply that the language instructor's salaries were fixed and no additional funds were available. Johann Matthias Kramer did try to make extra money by publishing his own teaching materials. In 1750 he published Lettere miscellaneae curiose galanti oder vermischte kuriose und galante Briefe, a bilingual compilation of formulaic letters. The work presented about 400 letters devised for a large variety of occasions like introduction, salutation, recommendation, consolation, friendship, and so on. A few years earlier, he had also published a work for learners of English. His kurzverfasste Anleitung zur englischen Sprache, published in Hamburg in 1746, and most likely the result of Kramer's stay in Great Britain and the American colonies, was especially geared towards women and persons without a higher education, Unstudierte und Frauenzimmer in German, as contacts between the English and German nation were intensifying. Kramer argued in his preface, people of both sexes who lacked academic training were required to learn the language. Apart from a grammar, the work contained a number of sample dialogues and letters, a list of idioms, and a dictionary. The dialogues focused on everyday situations, including a merchant's conversation with his servants and a dialogue between two ladies. It was Kramer's intention to familiarize readers with spoken and written colloquial English, while translation and knowledge of grammatical rules were of secondary importance. In a letter to the university's rector, written in June 1753, Kramer claimed that he had successfully continued his teaching career during his 7 years in Göttingen due to his more than 3 decades of experience and his easy mode of instruction. Nonetheless, he felt that his advancing age and failing health were diminishing his usefulness. Therefore, he asked to be relieved from his duties at the end of the present term. The language teacher and former emigration agent now embarked upon the final stage of his career. He joined the stream of transatlantic German migrants and traveled to Pennsylvania once again. Back in Penn's colony, the trustees of the Academy of Philadelphia, who were informed that Mr. Kramer, a gentleman from Germany, is very capable of teaching the French and German languages and that he is now out of employment, appointed a committee in December 1754 to inquire more particularly into his qualifications and to treat with him concerning his teaching these languages in the academy. A month later, Dr. Thomas Bond reported that he and Benjamin Franklin had found Kramer to be well qualified for teaching French, German, and Italian. Moreover, he appeared well skilled in music and some kinds of painting. But his employment with the academy lasted only a few months. In May 1755, the trustees informed Kramer that they had, quote, no further occasion for his services, end quote. After the academy had turned him down, Kramer tried his luck as a private instructor. At the end of October 1755, he published an advertisement in the Pennsylvania Gazette announcing his intention to open a school for the instruction of gentlemen and ladies in the French, Italian, and German languages. Despite his appeal to both sexes, resonance to this offer seems to have been limited, and nothing more is known about Kramer's whereabouts after that date. Now, to conclude, while Johann Matthias Kramer's parallel career as a language instructor and emigration agent was unusual, it was not unique. A decade before him, a man named Joseph Crelius had published a note in the Pennsylvania Gazette informing readers that he designs to open his winter evening school where the German language will be taught. Like Kramer, Crelius combined several trades. He briefly operated a printing press and eventually joined the ranks of the emigration agents traveling to Germany in 1750 to recruit settlers for the government of Massachusetts. Historian Bernard Balin characterizes him as, quote, an unscrupulous Pennsylvania German shopkeeper carrying on various dubious operations in Germany, end quote. The case of Crelius underlines some of the aspects that this paper has elaborated for Johann Matthias Kramer. While the expansion of British North America and the transatlantic movement of German settlers called for the services of multilingual, highly mobile and adaptable men who might act as brokers between different ethnic and linguistic groups, these men often had checkered careers and enjoyed dubious reputations. Despite their skills, men like Crelius and Kramer ultimately remained outsiders in the 18th century world of business and education and failed to carve out profitable niches for themselves in the long run. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for, especially for the punctuality. And we now proceed to our next paper by Jochen Lingelbach from the University of Leipzig.
Okay. Yeah, I hope I also managed to stick to the time. Yeah. So now in my paper I'm jumping from this period 200 years closer to us. First of all, I'm Jochen Lingelbach. I'm PhD candidate at the Center for Area Studies and the African Studies Institute in Leipzig. So my background is rather from African history, colonial history, and just with my PhD project, of which this is a part, I started to get interested in Eastern European history or Central European history. What I omitted in the title is that I'm talking about the late colonial period. Now I have it in there. It's not in the paper title, but it's the Second World War and its aftermath, 1942 to 1950. And I'm not talking about all of Africa, but the British colonial East and Central Africa. And just to give a brief context, that's the time that is marked by growth of independence movement in the colonies and the new need for new legitimizations for colonial rule. So my brief outline for giving the background. In the second part, Poland is colony, question mark, I'm connecting to more or less to the perspective sessions we had before then in the third part, going to the Polish refugees in Africa and concluding. So the background, this is more or less the answer to the question that I always get, why were there Polish refugees in Africa? So the small prehistory. They were part of a larger group that was deported in 1939, 1940 mainly, by the Soviet Union from Eastern Poland to labor camps and special settlements in the Soviet interior. In 1941, there was the Sikorski-Majski agreement between the Polish government in exile in London and the Moscow government that included the release of all Polish prisoners in the Soviet Union to form the Polish army under General Anders and to fight with the Allies against Germany. That it was first attached to the Soviet but then to the British forces and eventually set up in Iran. But with the army, with the soldiers, there also came Polish civilians. And these were in 1941 more or less stuck in Iran. It was considered too close to the war theater, so these mainly women and children had to be hosted somewhere, and the British imperial government then asked the colonies to host them. So that's why they went this way. Eventually, around 20,000 Polish refugees lived in 22 camps, scattered all over Eastern and Central Africa. The camps ranged from 300 up to 5,000 inhabitants. They were materially well supplied, but restricted. They had to stay in the camp. They could go out, but they had to reside in the camp. And the British camp commandant was the supreme authority in the camps, with an internal Polish administration connected to the Polish government in London, and African workers who did most of the heavy work. So most left until 1950, with the biggest group going to the UK, some voluntarily going back to Poland, and some going with resettlement programs to Canada, to Australia, and around 1,000 settled permanently in Eastern and Central Africa. This chart I just put in here, so it was mainly Uganda and Tanganyika where the people were hosted, with Northern Rhodesia coming third, and then Southern Rhodesia and Kenya only few. So my question in the paper is to connect it to colonial or post-colonial readings of Polish history. Assume that the Poles were colonized, that Poland was a colony, did the Polish refugees in Africa see the commonality of their situation with that of the colonized Africans? I was going into the material, to the sources to see, did they make this comparison, and did they consequently engage in compassionate or solidarity acts with the colonized Africans? Just briefly on the considerations of Poland as colony, I think it's rather convincing for the German rule there, especially the Nazi rule. Let's give it a bit. But I think it's more contradictory and less clear-cut with the Russian and following the Soviet rule in Central Europe. While it was definitely a forceful domination, I would argue that it was not supported by a powerful or successful hegemonic discourse of civilizational superiority. And quote Andrew Janos, his history of East Central Europe, he was describing the view of Central Europeans that the Russians were charming primitives at best. So, in my understanding, colonialism is more than the rule of a foreign minority, and that this discourse of superiority is something that is, at least to my understanding from African studies, quite central there. I would rather call the situation, borrowing from Tomasz Zarzycki, the ideology of Eastness that is at work there, that is a discursive cascade of civilizational stages from west to east, so from Western Europe up till Asia, actually. So where the eastern neighbor is always regarded as more oriental, and that means less civilized. We had this also in two other talks, the nesting Orientalism is. But after these general considerations, I will now go to my case. So I titled it "Compassion of the Wretched of the Earth" to quote Fanon. So indeed, when the Polish refugees arrived from Soviet labor camps, they look quite wretched. So these are pictures from when these Poles arrived in Iran. So they were they were barely surviving there. So, no. Okay. So there are some traces of more solidary, compassionate behavior. First of all, they do not practice discrimination. That is a quote from a Luganda language newspaper, Matalisi, in Uganda, describing the Poles who just arrived in October 1942. So describing them, and this was one of the many traits of the Poles, that they do not practice discrimination. Other hints are that they were quite a few intimate relationships between Polish women and African men, which is a double transgression of colonial norms, to quote Fischer-Tinet. And there were quite some black market interactions between the Polish refugees and Asian suppliers, African traders. It was a time of wartime shortages and rationing, and in these interactions, Poles were concealing the identity of the Asian suppliers. There were some instances where they were hiding African traders in their houses when the police came to crack down on them. And especially the Polish outcast and the youth, there were many young people and many women who were joining together with native young people in petty crime, cockfighting, illicit trading, what young people do. And in the words of the Catholic priest Lucian Królikowski, who was there, he was describing it that they were fraternizing recklessly with native youngsters. And to sum up this view, I read out a quote by Filomena Michałowska-Bykowska, who was a refugee herself in her recollections. Actually, the obligatory regime of the settlement clearly forbade a display of friendship toward the natives. But gone through the Siberian Gehenna, which is roughly the hell, we did not always understand the reason for this prohibition and explained our behavior by our felt need to treat everyone equal, no matter what the color of their skin. So from this, it seems like the fight for survival and the dehumanizing experience in Soviet labor camps, starting with the forced transportation in cattle wagons, going on with all the horrible experience there, that this is more important than a general marginalization in occupied Poland. There's a picture from Kodia camp just to get an idea of the size. It was the third largest with some of the refugees in the front. So, but there are also some contradictions. Okay. Most of these Poles did not come from the German occupied, but they came from the Polish eastern borderlands, the Krestin. This is an area that was rather signified by colonialism of Poles against Ukrainians and Belarusians. And with them, they had all the cultural baggage of European racism, I would say. That is, before arrival, there were fear of the Chana land, the black land with the African savages, cannibals, usually followed by, in the narratives, by a relief that the people were not that bad, but that's the pictures that the people had when they came there. And in my paper, I also shortly about Sienkiewicz, Pustyni Puszcze, which clearly side with the British colonizers, and it's mentioned in some recollections that people had read it before it was available in the Polish Landing Library in Nairobi, and so on. And what further contradicts is that the very few pro-Soviet, pro-communists among the Polish refugees were the ones that were most politically active in supporting the African independence movements. At least they are found in the files. And one last instance where this growing anti-colonial fight manifested at the gates of the Polish refugee camp were the Buganda riots in January 1945. It was a series of political, economic motivated strikes directed against the British colonial government. And in the series of these events, the camp in Kodia was blocked as a British institution because there were quite some Africans employed by the British government in the camp, by the Ugandan government. So the protesters blocked the camp lorries, spilled out the milk cans, and then the fight broke out until troops from the capital were sent in to put down the protest by force, killing 4 and injuring 11. So this is really the anti-colonial struggle there. But the Poles, as far as I gathered from the sources, remained inside and passive, did not involve in this. But in this confrontational situation, they were clearly or literally in the colonizers' camp. And one last contradiction, these are 2 pictures from the 38. So they were in the post-war period, in 1945, there were plans and discussions about a Polish dominion in Africa, a Polish settlement for the Polish refugees in Germany, but also the ones who were already there. It was vividly discussed, and I think it connects to this earlier. I mean, it was 10 years earlier, plans for a Polish colonial dominion. But these were clearly rejected by the British officials. So, on the one hand, arguing that the period of white large-scale settlement was over, but on the other hand, there was a fear of emergence of a poor white population that would threaten the image of white superiority. So to briefly conclude, there were no big waves of solidarity, but rather generally more egalitarian attitude among the common refugees who just wanted to stay anywhere safe. But the self-perception of the Polish refugee elites was that they were members of the Western European Club of Nations on eye level with the British allies. And the aim of these nationalists was to be a European nation, and to be a European nation included a self-image of civilization superiority over Africans, definitely, and with it also a right to colonize. But they were just simply denied access to this club. And on a more general level, I would say that the simple equation of Poland equals colony is ignoring the global dimension of colonialism. So, from a post-colonial viewpoint, I would say colonialism is not just foreign rule, but intricately linked to European racism. And to come back to this ideology of Easterness, the Global South was definitely regarded as more Eastern, that means less civilized, in relation to even the easternmost Europe in the hegemonic discourse. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. We're now coming to our third presenter, who is Julia Malicka from the University of Stockholm. And we will have this in a second. Yes, please. Whoops.
Give us a second.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. First of all, I want to say that the paper that you got and my talk is just a very tiny part in my dissertation project and the book that hopefully will be published in April next year. And in my dissertation, I examine in what ways the Russian imperial rule in the northern Black Sea region in the 19th century influenced a determined colonist marriage, and at the same time I study how German colonists' actions, non-actions regarding family formation and disintegration are legalized, negotiated, transformed practices of imperial governance. So my study critically untangles the legal relationships and mutual interactions between colonist community, clergy, imperial power on different levels in the field of colonist marriage. So from my perspective, I approach colonization two-dimensional as a politics, but also as a life/imperial situation. So I have these two dimensions of normativity and practice in my dissertation. And just some clarification about this map. This is the part of the ethnographic map of the Russian Empire from 1851, and I cut off the region that I'm interested in and talking about it. Just some clarification. The red spots are the places where Germans lived densely, and by the way, this very intense blue, the place where Crimean Tatars lived, and light blue, the Poles. So just some explanation about the map. So we start with the normativity. The legal standing of the colonists is crucial in understanding what happened to their marital domain and to the colonist marriage. So I focus on the German-speaking people of Lutheran and Catholic faith that migrated from the German states, settled in the northern Black Sea region after 1803-1804 by the invitation of Alexander I.
So they established a religious colonies, engaged in agriculture, and were granted a colonist rank with assigned rights, privileges, but also obligations. And for me, 1803, 1804 are the crucial years, the point of departure, since the northern Black Sea region and the Bessarabia became the prime arena of colonization. So, a little bit, some words about the Russian imperial statehood and polity. So the 19th century Russian Empire was a polity based on differentiated governance and plurality of legal regimes, as many scholars have argued. So the empire population belonged officially to 4 estates, but which were cross-cut by other characteristics: religion, ethnicity, territories, status, sex, education, occupation, etc. So what we have is a very clustered, segregated, fragmented society. And therefore, both intermarriages and conversion were very painful spots that challenged the premises of system and of imperial governance. So colonists officially belonged to the peasant estate, but considering their colonist status and confessional affiliation. A number of legal acts were adopted during the first decades of the 19th century, which specified the conditions of migrants' settlements, colonization, and legal position. And that was the time of bureaucratic colonization that previously it was a time of enlightened Catherinian colonization. William will touch upon it. But I want to stop on the financial side of this project, of colonization project, because that would be one of the red lines in the marriage regime that was deployed in respect to the colonists. So apart from food and travel money that migrants got, they got also a state loan. And that was for the building of houses, purchase of cattle, and other domestic establishment. So this sum of money was to be repaid to the treasury together with a land tax after grace years, the first 10 years, tax-free years. The idea was that this money would be proportionally and annually repaid during 10-30 years, which never happened. So funds spent by the government on each household, on each family of would-be colonists constituted a state debt of these colonists. So, but I would like to mention that not all colonists had debts, because it concerns particularly the most poor ones that came during the first decades of the 19th century, because then, after the 1819, there was a new shift in the colonization projects, and only people, migrants with certain financial assets, were allowed to come and settle. Eventually, financial debts of the colonists influenced their social mobility and even marriageability, and the embodiment of this is the decision of the state council on colonist movement or other estates. So according to it, no one could have been released from the colonist rank unless repaid state debt. Yeah. So as soon as the legislation on the colonist status and its boundaries with an imperial social system was designed, and it happened in 1810, 1820s, the legal restrictions were imposed on the colonist marriage. So marriage was seen by the imperial lawmakers and architects of this colonization project as the possibility for changing social belonging. And that's why marriage was to be regulated, of course. So, and in this regard, two documents are particularly crucial. But basically, those two, interesting fact that those two legal acts were not found in the digest of laws of the Russian Empire. So I found it accidentally in the local archives, but they played a crucial role in the region. So, according to the first legal act, the Ministry of State Domains prescribed to conclude marriages of the colonists on the basis of local authorities' permission. So clergy were not to marry colonists without a written certificate from a village and district majors stating no economical obstacles. So basically, this decree engendered bureaucratization and routinization of the marriage formation.
So colonist administration was vertical was de jure introduced into marital domain and describes the control over it. Needless to say, clergy were not happy with this, but we will talk later about it. So obtaining permission, marriage permission from colonial administration became a multi-stage process. And I describe it a little bit here. Social mobility, as I mentioned, social mobility of the colonists through marriage, considering the structure of the imperial social landscape. Social mobility was not favored by the authorities, yet there were no resources for maintaining the ban on it. And the new Minister of the Interior's prescription of 1825 prescribed, according to it, indebted colonist widows and other females were prohibited to marry non-colonists and leave the colonist rank unless their share of debt would be repaid. So what happened is the legal recognition of the social mobility through marriage occurred, and it was colonist females who were targeted by this new prescription. And following the patriarchal framework and considering the colonization interest, it was colonist females' marriageability in need of regulation. So one can speak about the deployment of a certain marriage regime in respect to the colonists, particularly which crystallized in 1810, 1820s. And by marriage regime, I mean the system of rules and sequencing routines on colonist marriage formation and dissolution. And this marriage regime was very much conditioned by the politics of colonization and economy of colonization project. And now some comparative perspectives. Comparative perspective in the wider context. So Christian Collins Breyfogle speaks about inaction and hands-off strategy of the Russian rulers in respect to marriage and sexuality of the local population in the 19th century Caucasus. And she in her opinion, it is explained by the ruler's intention to preserve the fragile status quo in Caucasus and to avoid alienating the indigenous elites who helped to rule the region. So basically, according to her, Russian officials modified in a way imperial law to local law. Paul Wirth speaks about clear instrumentalization of marriage in the Baltic provinces, but also in Poland, in order to integrate these contested non-Russian borderlands by encouraging mixed marriages and Orthodox preeminence. However, those intentions, as he proved, met with great obstacles in the form of rejections and obstructions coming from below. What I argue about is that the deployed marriage regime in the Black Sea steppe in respect to the colonists was grounded in economy of colonization, but also in the intention to control and secure allocated social borders of the colonist ranks. So basically, marriage regime I argue, was on the crossroad of the confession, but also the colonist status. What were the state motivations in implemented marriage order? It was they wanted guarantees of colonist debt payability, stimulation of colonist economic development, of course the fantasy about a well-ordered society under strict surveillance, and the idea of controlling social and estate borders. And the last. So in order to examine, now we are coming finally to the practice. In order to examine how the legal restrictions on marriage formation had been operating in practice, I analyzed the marriage practices of the colonists, and for this I went through around 50 archival files, which lengths varies from a couple of pages to a couple of hundred pages. So, and I analyzed my materials through these samples. And what did I see? Was it a control? Was it any economic achievements due to, thanks to this marriage regime? Was there any debt repayment? Not really. What we see is the bureaucratization and routinization of marriage conclusion procedure. confusion, complete confusion of the clergy and the colonists about the marriage conclusion routines, and a big tension and conflict of interest, particularly between secular and ecclesiastical authorities. Clergy's obstructions, different tricks used by the colonists, arbitrariness, voluntariness, bigamy, illegitimacy, secret illegitimacy. So all this variety of human interaction was, I was amazed, yes, and confused how to deal with all these things. So, but I want just to focus briefly on this. Fortunately, just 15 minutes. Yes, on these three guys: Pastor Benjamin Selling, Lutheran pastor, and two Catholic priests, Lukasz Dumiński and Celestin Staszewski. So, what did? Just some illustrations for you. What did Benjamin Selling? He was a priest in Molochna colonies. He married colonists. Without any colonial authorities' permissions. So, according to him, poverty was not an obstacle for marriage conclusion, and he married them. And yes, he was reprimanded, but the point is that the marriage was irreversible. So, colonial authorities were mad, but they could do anything. Lukasz Dumiński, he also concluded marriages of female colonists with foreigners. So, against prescriptions, and he also got reprimand. But I guess the most the most famous clergy was Celestin Staszewski. He was, yes, incredible. He was the priest during 10 years in Molochna colonies. He married and divorced colonists secretly. He had a what? Divorced, yes. So he didn't, very pragmatic approach. He was. I would say that he tolerated social affairs and illegitimacy also, as far as the household was functioning, because that was also the main point in this colonization project. So he got kind of a reputation of a wayward priest. Thank you. Yes, Catholic. Yes, both two. The last two guys were Catholics. Yes, and they were the most.
So we would call it a divorce, but the annulment.
Polish Catholics.
Yes. It was also an issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We're coming last but not least to our last speaker, who is William O'Reilly from the Trinity College in Cambridge, with outsourcing empire, German migration. Papillon, how do you really pronounce that?
Thank you very much. Thank you again. And like Julia, I think what I'll try and do in the 15 minutes is just give a small taste of the paper which you have before you, place it in context, and then come back to some of the conclusions set out in that paper. So by way of introduction, this is part of a larger project which is called Translating Empire 1550 to 1800, which is an attempt to investigate wider understandings of mutability and sustainability, but particularly translation of ideas of imperialism between a Latin world and the non-Latin European world, and in particular focusing on the translation of ideas of national government, and I borrow the term from Tamar Herzog's work on Spain, how that is then taken into a Central European context in the centuries thereafter. The first book on that is actually in print at the moment, which is a long birth study of the recruiters for German-speaking migrants in the 17th and 18th centuries, both for the settlement of British American colonies and for Central and South Central European colonies, a term I'll come back to again, which is called Selling Souls, the Traffic in German Migrants, Habsburg Europe and America, 1648 to 1780. And that focuses again on those individuals. We heard expertly on them earlier at the beginning of the panel, on the recruiters who worked for both settlements and how they interacted, compared the sale and promotion of different parts of East Central Europe and North America. The selling souls being a play on the German Seelenverkäufer, but also the Dutch Zielverkopers, so how they're used as both bond sellers and soul sellers at the time. But my story begins earlier. Yes, no, that one begins in the 16th century with Wolfgang Latius. So we go back to Wolfgang Latius largely because we may know very little about him, if at all. We know him perhaps better from his depiction in Arcimboldo's portrait of the librarian. And Latius is a character, I think, vastly overlooked and yet of critical importance. I will argue that, at least, in this wider study. He's an individual who becomes the first court historian, cartographer, physician. He's an important Central European humanist based in Vienna who becomes an influential court historian after the division of the two Habsburg territories in the mid-16th century. So he becomes responsible, in essence, for the drawing up of a justification for the legitimacy of imperial rule, Habsburg imperial rule, qua Habsburg, surviving in the absence of the Spanish territories and in the absence of the Spanish Americas. So Latius' task as a court historian is the insurmountable one of justifying the continuation of a separate imperial rule when in fact the imperial title is in reality in Spain. How does he do this? He does this largely by creating a number of important histories, one of the city of Vienna itself, which he compares repeatedly throughout, you'll be unsurprised with Madrid and with the grandeur of what Madrid will become. But also importantly, he begins to do this cartographically by justifying the Central European territories as territories of historic German settlement. And that the idea of dignitas, but also he uses, interestingly, the word charisma of imperial rule survives through the personage of the crown itself. I focus in particular of one text which in fact was never translated at all, but was used repeatedly throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, and is the text on, as you can see, the migration of peoples, Latius' very long 12-section study, which is his justification for the origins of German imperialism and German settlement in Central Europe. And this is also the first text where he presents the neologism in Latin, but also then in German, Völkerwanderung, to justify the arrivals of Germanic peoples, all who settle here. Now, I'll come back to that text, but that text is the most iterative text for justification for the notion of where Germans settle to be part of an aspirant German empire, beyond the borders too, all the way down into the 18th century, and is revived, interestingly, in interest in the writings of anti-colonialists and post-colonialists in 19th century German literature, something we could return to. There are other texts, not least the geographies of Austria, which bear some elements of a type of historic atlas, I would argue, but they serve much more as this type of celebration of the Habsburg governance of Germany, in its broadest sense, as he describes it, than of a true historical work. So, with this particular text on the history of migrations, with which I begin the wider project, what we see is a particular formation that's emerging already in the late 15th century, but into the 16th century and thereafter, of a new way of seeing land, I would argue, and of seeing nature, reflected in discourses not just in this cartographic, historiographic, court literature genre type, but more broadly in a range of different approaches. I think we could argue quite convincingly that in early modern Germany and in Northern Europe, nature became increasingly visible in the early 16th century, something that influences Latius' work quite a lot, where people under certain circumstances become expert observers. It's a redefinition through humanism, not only of how we see, but also of who has the right to see, the beginning of a new expert discourse. Now this we know more broadly, perhaps in the writings of people like Paracelsus, who developed in the 16th century a clear distinction between that which was merely visible and that which was made visible. That through the labors of certain people who had been invested with agency, not necessarily scholastic, but perhaps even before the letter, avant les lettres, a type of genetic pre-justification for the ability to see utility in land and nature, that Paracelsus had an impact on the understandings of the utility of land. So there was a certain privileged ability that was emerging in some of these discourses about what was and who could see nature, how it could be made visible. And the most important question, I think, for these men like Paracelsus, and as I will argue, Latius and those who came after him in the 17th and 18th century, was not so much whether nature, land, empire was visible, but for whom it was visible and under what conditions. So in other scientific ways, much has been written on the paradoxic nature of the emphasis on ocular vision, on optics, going into the history of science and so on. But this is also true in understandings of new worlds. And Renate Pieper, who was here earlier in the week, has written extensively on this in Die Vermittlung einer neuen Welt. So the notion that some individuals could see nature in a way that others could not also had important precedence in late medieval culture that would help to frame the discussion. If we look at manuscript texts, even before print, like Das Buch der Natur, what we see is a dramatic visualization of the distinction between common and expert observations of land and of rights to control land, going into the late 15th and early 16th centuries. Now, I could bore you even further on going into this and on the development of understandings of expertise at court, in sciences, in literature. There is much on the idea of Paracelsus' signator, for example, or indeed even in astronomy on Schönau's understanding of rights of control of the heavens and on the earth, or in the fine arts and in the visual arts of Dürer's right to describe animals which he had not seen. The fact is that they are not just fantastical, but it's that the naturalism that concerns us here, the way in which that image functioned as an enduring visual statement of his right to describe. A right which was not learned or earned, but was systemic, endemic in many ways. So my point here is that the impulse to distinguish at this moment between ordinary and expert observation was also a preoccupation of German naturalists at court and without at this time. Again, in medicine coming through in the idea of the autopsy. So there's no expert observer, but only a craftsman and an expert. In my paper, what I tried to do, building on some of these ideas by way of background, is develop, after a brief introduction, 5 points about the broader context, in particular in the paper on the 17th century debates about the utility of population, the utility of population development and maintenance. Then I sketch out, as you may have seen, ideas about colonist agents becoming a type of expert proxy actor for the expansion of imperial colonist territory. There's a small exposition in the paper too on the ideas of Populierung versus Impopulation, a term deliberately used, I argue, by Viennese administrators from the 1680s onwards to avoid use of the term colonization, which was also in use in texts in Vienna and elsewhere. But this term is used specifically to refer to the settlement of Hungary, which of course is in a type of between state, neither full part of empire, neither full incorporated crown land, particularly the Banat of Temesvar, which remains property of the crown and of the Banco until 1778. And then I discuss briefly ideas of colonization. Now it's important to say there that for me colonization is not a synonym for settlement. In population and Populierung, I borrow and are borrowed, I argue, by Latius and those who follow him afterwards in German language literature from the language of the Reconquista. And there is a direct connection between Antonio de Guevara's writings, particularly his essay on the Danubian farmer, written in central Spain, on Latius. And so Latius, in fact, as a court historiographer and justifier for imperial politics, bases his own personal cultivation and development on that of Guevara. So I question in part whether we could use an understanding of Reconquista politics to understand the Reconquista of Central Europe, particularly driving out of Ottomans, driving out of other people after 1683 and 1780. And of course that reaches core understanding in the reign of Charles V in the early 1700s. Charles' rebuilding of Vienna as a New Madrid, Klosterneuburg, the adoption of the tripartite justifications of imperial power through Charles the Great, Charles Borromeo, Charles V, his readoption of Charles V's motto plus ultra, his obsession with Trieste and Utrecht, and Ostend as ports to the world, and so on and so on. So my points in the essay, briefly, not sketched out in much detail, are how Germans, and I use that term with difficulty, but for all German-speaking peoples, identify themselves abroad as connected to an abstract understanding of a Germany, how they use and see land as a proxy for being at home. So these contradistinctions between Wanderzwang as a type of peregrinatio anima, but also of a type of learning experience, the visual as something which teaches us, versus Wanderlust, and then Heimat versus the Fremde. These slides simply reiterate the very final paragraphs in the essay. In general, I think what we could see is that colonist experts in the paper I present as proxy agents for the understanding of extraterritorial Germanness, in a way. That there is an intermediary means of bringing commodities to market which labour facilitates. That there is a model of colonization and settlement in Central Europe in the late 17th and 18th centuries which predates the more familiar understandings in ethnography and so on of the ordering of peoples, Herzog's understanding of nations within states in 19th century Europe, and we think of Viennese ethnography as it develops after the 1850s, and that the simple polarities and oppositions that pervade much of the writings on historiography on this subject are too simplistic. So the dream of universal empire that was there under Charles V, which is revived and re-enlivened in the early 18th century under Charles VI, of attempting to create imperial identity, continues more formally in an Austrian Habsburg context into the 1760s and 70s, with the purchase of the Nicobar and Andaman Islands in the 1770s under the government of Maria Theresa, an attempt to simply have territories overseas because imperialism needs colonies. And those that existed in Central and South Central Europe were not adequate in the face of competition with maritime nations in Western Europe. We needed islands, and therefore some small sand piles where flags could be flown served as that before the 19th century. And this has led to a larger project, two conferences of which begin tomorrow. One on understanding land in the Americas and Germans there, and the second specifically on German environment and the diaspora. 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for the wonderful presentations and for keeping to the schedule. A very short announcement. Unfortunately, I have to leave earlier, which means that Mateusz will be so kind and take over the chair and the chairing function. And I use this opportunity to say great thanks to my gratitude for organizing this wonderful conference, and it has been a tremendous fun. I think it's really fabulous. And say goodbye to everyone, and I hope to see you on this or one other post-colonial occasion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we have 30 minutes for questions.
I've got a question for Jochen. It is a popular saying in Poland that everything what Poles think to know about Africa is from one single youth novel, In Desert and Wilderness by Henryk Sienkiewicz. I made some research devoted to Sienkiewicz and Africa, and asked a similar question as you did. Is there any kind of solidarization between various wretched of the earth? The finding for Sienkiewicz is that there is an inchoate
constellation, both in his letters, non-fictitious letters, and in this youth novel, but that you do not really have a solid diarization. Have you found any references to Sienkiewicz and this pre-modern knowledge of Africa in your sources? It's 30 years earlier. And the second is a reference. Unfortunately, I do not know any non-Polish language research on the Polska Liga Colonialna, which worked earlier than only in the 1930s. This goes back to the early 1920s. And this is used in post-colonial studies in Poland as the argument that this is what should be investigated when addressing post-colonial issues with regards to Poland and not Russia or Germany or the Teutonic Knights and so on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, there were direct references to Sienkiewicz. There was in the recollections I have of one former refugee, she was writing that I had a rather romantic notion of Africa would be as I have read Death in the Wilderness. And it seems quite, and so there are some others who are also saying that they have read it before. One read it in Kazakhstan even. So and it was available in the Polish library in Nairobi. So it was common knowledge, this book, and especially with this parallel with being in Africa during partition, that now again was partition. So there was, yeah, I think it's definitely one that informed people. And the Polska Kolonialna, there's one article that I cited in my paper, an English article, Taras Hunchak, about this, and yeah, definitely think that these ideas of so after the Second World War, okay, with all these Polish people who don't want to go back to the communists who are now ruling in Poland, now we want to have, it's coming up again in this Polish nationalist circles in London and in Nairobi, that but now we should have one, at least for the refugees, to have a Polish settlement, a Polish only, until we go back and have our country back.
May I add one more argument? There was a guy called Scholz-Rogoziński who founded a Polish colony on an island in the Cameroon River in the 1880s, a very short-lived period. And there must be some research about this in German, I think, by Justina Gowonbeck. We can talk about this later.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe there are scattered references to this adventurous endeavor by Scholz-Rogoziński as well in your sources. Sorry.
Maybe you first.
Just on your interpretation that the Poles didn't discriminate against the Africans, I'm just wondering how confident you can be of that. I mean, I know you have two sources because you mentioned this 2004 memoir, presumably you have more of these, but I'm just wondering to what extent do they retrospectively sort of downplay their own racism? But I know you have evidence from contemporary newspapers as well, so I suppose how sure can you be of that?
Okay.
And I have one for William as well.
Can I directly? Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to imply that they didn't discriminate at all. That's not. It's just like these two sides of the story, I would say, and that I would somehow conclude from the sources I have that they were less discriminating, not discriminating at all. They were, on the other hand, they were profiting, and there are other examples that I left out here where they were profiting definitely from the situation of being white in the colonies. So they were, in fact, richer than most of their neighbors, although being refugees. So,
I guess it kind of follows up on this. That's also for you. To what extent do you think that the specific demographics of your group influences their pattern of behavior? Because you've mentioned that the people who move from Iran to Southeast Africa are the ones who are not forming the army. So you said they're mostly women and children. And to what extent do you think this influences the way they interact with the local population and generally the story of the settlement that you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely has an. I have another chapter on gender in this, so this is definitely very important. It's, but so although they are mainly women and children or youth, then by some time, the positions in power in the Polish refugee administration and the ones writing in the Polish newspapers that were published in Nairobi, these were mainly men. So there you have this male perspective and female perspective, definitely different.
Okay. Is that two questions? So one question for William already, and I have a lot at the same time. You presented, yes, the cases of people who in the end don't make really money as a colonial, yes, immigration agents. And actually, I've met some cases too in my research. So the question: are there people really making a lot of money with it? If there is a business model, and when, which conditions have to be, yes, fulfilled that you can make money? And then I also this question for you, Marisa. Yeah. You mentioned that there is no position between enlightened novel and pure was the term.
Yes.
Could you say more about it? And when do you see which you see?
Well, when I briefly mentioned it, I basically mean the work of Willard Sunderland, Tame in the Wild Field, and he made this very clear kind of division. I mean, he justified this division, and he said that when we talk about Catherinian colonization era from 1760s to 1790s, he said that that's Enlightenment colonization, and that's what William writes about in his paper. It's the ideas of well-ordered society, of the population, etc., etc. Very, theoretical level, etc. But when it comes to, ideas, but when it comes to the Alexander colonization era, starting from basically in the beginning of the 19th century, then the dynamics changed. But that's of course also because of the shortage of land, resources, etc. So they became like the architects. I say are the architect of this project. They became much more pragmatic. Whom we want to get, how should they, where should they be placed, etc., etc. But of course, if you look at the colonization by the decree and colonization in reality in the region, it's a huge clash, definitely, and it have always been like this during the whole project up to the 1860s, 1870s. But when I refer to those two concepts, then Sunderland said about correct colonization started from 1850s, when the international human capital was abandoned and it was up to the Russian peasants that they were relocated. But that's due to the abolition of the serfdom in the Russian Empire in 1861. So, but if you're interested, to look at his book, because there he has the very clear kind of division.
Well, regarding the question of whether there are people who actually benefited, I think certainly the merchant firms, the shippers in Rotterdam, Philadelphia, and London, they benefited, but of course they had the capital and the connection to combine the passenger trade with other commercial activities. I think the people like Kramer, they were always dependent sort of on either capital advances or on patronage, and that tended to fluctuate. There were great fluctuations in the number of migrants going to the colonies with brief peaks and then periods when migration flows ebbed, especially in wartime. And it was similar with the teaching of languages. Demand was not stable. It seems that Italian became less attractive in the mid-18th century, probably because more people were turning towards French and especially English at that time. So I think their lack of capital and their dependence on patronage were responsible for these rather bleak prospects.
I would just add to that, exactly agreeing with all of that, that success shouldn't always be measured in financial returns, that a lot of these individuals engage in it because they want status of a different type, they want standing, they want position, so when they return, they're frequently described as Angeber, Spivs. This is the age of the macaroni, of the pomp and circumstance of individuals acting beyond their station and status. And women as well, recruiting for Hungary and for elsewhere, who do this as a way of gaining additional independence in societies. And many, certainly for Eastern Europe, Central Europe, end up becoming Schultheiß or having a position within the village or state. And that changes dramatically as about trustworthiness of information, free market versus state-sponsored. So what you find is that while everyone has an option largely of going to Eastern Europe, Central Europe, yet others choose to go illegally to North America, and it's to do with the reception and trustworthiness of information.
Okay, we still have some more questions. You were first.
Okay, so first question is to both Dr. Eberlein and Dr. O'Reilly. So besides certain financial supports by the British and Austrian governments, are there any other sorts of logistic supports given to these outsourcing recruiters? And as a second part to that question, how do they even signal their kind of authority or the relationship with the state they claim to be working for? And the second question to Dr. O'Reilly, from your paper, you talked a bit about in the second half of the 18th century, the Austrians starting to kind of become less successful in their recruitment. And I guess in the kind of the crude factor of raw numbers, they arguably kind of win in terms of the number of bodies they're engaging in long-distance colonial migration. So what are some of the specific factors that are leading you to kind of conclude that this British model is becoming more effective?
In the case of British colonization, I think there were relatively few instances where the state became directly involved. Two well-known ones are in 1709-10, when thousands of so-called Palatines are stranded in London and the government devises schemes to resettle them in New York and Carolina. And the second one is in the early 1750s, when there are plans for a Protestant settlement of Nova Scotia to counter the French Catholic influence in Canada. Well, others have studied, like Marianne Wokek, have studied those flows more in detail, but it seems, or they seem to argue that those government-backed projects were not very well organized, and that ultimately the private networks of shippers, merchants, and recruiting agents that centered on Philadelphia were more effective.
Adding to that, only briefly, that there were rarely, again, circumstances where informal government became involved, but that different mercantile interests, both in England and, well, in England, in North America, and in continental Europe. So small actions by the Thuringian Company to bring people to the Carolinas under John Archdale in the 1690s, early 1700s. Ongoing attempts to settle perhaps labor-specific groups, and then the deliberate misdirection of some German migrants to Maine or elsewhere, aiming for Boston, who end up in colder places, deliberately so. Your second question is a very good one about why I say Vienna was less successful in the third quarter and thereafter of the 18th century. What I mean is they were less successful in actually having their message heard. So clearly they were successful in terms of winning lots of migrants or colonists. Far, far more people go there, and particularly after America is closed off with the War of Independence for a number of decades. But they're much less successful at winning people's, what we might say today, hearts and minds. So this is the only default option that's available for many at that time once America is closed off, with the result that many of the agents working for Vienna, and specifically for the Viennese administration under Joseph II, begin to use terminology like sailing to Hungary, going to the island of Hungary. Now these terms emerge much earlier in the 18th century, but they become much more pronounced. And even under Frederick II, we have places called Florida and part of Prussia. There's a small village that survives in southern Hungary today called Nagy Dollár, big dollar because you can earn big money. There are lots of ideas of how this trope of America survives beyond the ordinary. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question basically for Dr. Riley. Is there with Latius and others like him any recollection of an earlier period of similar Volkerwanderung? I'm thinking of a book by Robert Bartlett, The Making of Europe,
exactly.
950, 1350, Conquest, Colonization, and Cultural Change, which basically argues that the Carolingian model is exported from the Carolingian heartland to the outlying regions, very often by German or Germanic speaking settlers, amongst others in Siebenburg, Poland, etc. Is there any recollection with them? Is there any reminiscence? Is there any reference back to that?
It's an excellent question, and absolutely, yes. So it's not just harking back to that, as you said, Carolingian, but even post-Visigothic. So the references in Latius to Sizzibut, talking about the arrivals of peoples in the Iberian Peninsula in the late 6th, 7th centuries. And importantly, Latius talks about the locatores, who are those operatives who work in Roman settlement for the moving of villages of family units, but also individuals. He writes too about German involvement in the Wurzenland, amongst the Boros, in the Baltic states, in Zips, in Siebenburgen, in Transylvania, and of this heritage of Germans. He doesn't use the term, but the term that becomes more pronounced in the late 19th century and under National Socialism, of bringing culture and development. So this connection to land as development and the ability to see opportunity in land is underscored by Latius, but he does not invent it, I think. It's a very good question. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have some more questions.
One question we already asked. So I still have
William.
You described the relationship of Papillon and land and landscape. And how is the aspect of transformation of lands, as drainage, for example, organic lands? Maybe interesting to see how it is treated in those kind of treatises since the 16th century.
Excellent.
Long-term perspective.
Thank you. So I don't argue exclusively that this is a uniquely German phenomenon, but that it finds greatest voice and practice in German-speaking Europe. So the first chairs of cameralism, of what we might later see as developmental economics, in the style of Colbert and others in the late 17th century. The Colbertian model owes much to development of German models in some German universities in the early 17th century. So the idea of Populierung, I mean, it's there again, more familiar perhaps to us in the mid and late 18th century, in the writings of the Marquis de Mirabeau and others on L'Imi des Hommes, Ibi Populus, Ubi Obulus, the resuscitation of all of these ideas of development of land through people. But in this context, the understanding is that, as in the Americas, with Patricia Seed's work on ceremonies of possession or enclosure, the Germans have a particular understanding of enclosing land and using it. Yeah? So Hungary is an Öde, it's empty, it's desert. These descriptions are there. Latius writes a history of Hungary in 1566, which describes Hungary as largely desert, terra deserta. Yeah? But that Germans will help to change that. So there is a direct connection.
The two questions typical from historian, first to Johan. I would like to learn more about your source bases. Because what alarmed me that the most nice sources quoted was the Uganda newspaper that was certainly published under the British war censorship. And a memoir of a lady who writes many years after So is it possible, how many sources you have, and because most of these people were very young, they didn't undergo social formation. If your parents died in transport and you went to Burak without any school system, you were not, fully representative for the society of pre-war Poland. So is it possible to differentiate between peasants and intelligentsia and their attitudes toward the locals? Or whether you attended school for 2 years, and whether it was in Poland, there were some children who were able to attend the Soviet system for 2 years, so we would expect them to be much more friendly towards the locals. So that's my question. These people are still, some of them are still alive. There's a society of these children who were settled, but of course they are, now is the last moment to make any research with them. Is there any big basis of interviews? And the question to Julia, you mentioned about who was the state? Because the state, how you described it, is a typical feudal landlord. If my serf is going to marry a serf of another landlord, of course I should be compensated in a way, or he should be compensated. So it's typical, and what we know about early 19th century Russia from Daniel Beauvoir and many other works is that it was more or less confession blind at the time. It was more obsessed. Well, Kiev was never as Polish and as Catholic as under the Russian Empire of early 19th century, which is a great paradox shown by Beauvoir. And you have the Potocki family in Odessa. So who are the beneficiaries? Who are the bureaucrats who are getting benefit from these colonies? Well, in theory it's the state, but who was between? And whether it mattered who was the beneficiary, and whether there was already a kind of conscious policy like positive discrimination towards Orthodox in a policy. No, of course, not in the case of German colonies, but do you see it already in the early 19th century? Because the common wisdom is that in only late 19th century Russia becomes much more pro-Orthodox, pro-Russian.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. Some remarks. First of all, my source base, I'm mainly relying on the British colonial sources. That's my main corpus. That's what I'm mainly interested in my research. Then I made interviews with African former workers in the refugee camps in Uganda and in Tanzania. All the problematics of interviews come to back. And I went through from the Polish sources, it's on the one hand, as you said, memoirs, with again all the problems that you have with memory literature and recollections. And from contemporary, from that time, Polish sources, there were 2 newspapers published in Nairobi by the Polish refugees, for the Polish refugees. And there you get the elite position, or the intelligentsia, or did I forget anything? And I have some files from the International Refugee Organization that was in the last 3 years responsible for them, with representatives in the camps. So, as to your point with the Polish, the children. There was a Polish school system in the refugee camps. Through the Polish government in exile, the education ministry had a delegate in Nairobi, and then there was a complete Polish school system. And this was quite clearly enforcing Polish nationalists. The interwar period, actually, this kind of school system, and this was, and through a cultural. The Catholic Church in the camps played an important role. So I would say that it was this teaching education from the interwar period was quite continued there. The Ugandan newspaper Matalisi, I'm not so sure. It's not so clear that it was censored, because it's on one hand it's Uganda, where you have quite a big independence of the different Ugandan kingdoms. It was in Uganda. There were only few British officials at all in Uganda. So, and it was a newspaper in Uganda for the Ugandan And furthermore, they were saying they do not discriminate. Okay. So, and this somehow implies that the British do. So, it's not entirely clear how the way to publishing went, but yeah. And the interviews with people who have been there, again, on the one hand, it's not my main focus, their perspective. I know that there are people doing interviews with them. Secondly, I know some Polish, but not that good. And thirdly, it's again all the problematic of interviews, memories that are 70 years ago, that make this information. It's hard to get to the view of that time, people who are talking today. That's problematic with the African perspective on the whole. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. It's just it's a huge questions, you know. So I will start from the first about the state. Yes, I write in my paper that you got that in the beginning of the 19th century, the special administration was created in the center of Yekaterinoslav. A guardianship office for new Russian foreign settlers. And by that time, the leader, the boss was Samuel Contenius, who was born in Prussia. And by that time, the staff of those trustees was just 5-10 people. So they were in a very complicated situation, basically, those poor bureaucrats, 5 or 10, because they had to manage all social economical questions, resettlement, food money, timber, everything. Because, you know, they got a directive in the form of a decree, not how things should be done, but about the idea how colonization should look like. And those poor people, they should somehow implement it on the ground, considering also the people, the migrants who came. So the first 10 years were a complete disaster. Many people died, houses were not built, etc., etc. Then in the 1810s, there was there was a system of self-governance. There was a system of, so there were district and village colonist boards with the clerks also. Then there were the overseers, kind of colonial agent, colonist agents who counted people, etc. So, but when you ask about the benefits for the bureaucrats, I would say that there were no benefits for those bureaucrats who were in place. On the contrary, there was a headache, because they need to manage, you know, because there are fantasies in St. Petersburg, and then they need to manage. On the one hand, there are state interests, on the other hand, there are, you know, people's lives, etc. So I have been reading the correspondence of Samuel Contenius, the chief of the trustees, with Emmanuel Richelieu. So very interesting how desperate they are, what's going on in the region, and how they understand that they really can't manage it. They can't help those people. They can't build houses because, you know, things are not functioning in a proper way, which is not, it's not. When you say about confessionally blind Russian Empire, I'm not sure how do you mean, because there is a huge because there is a huge, you know, there is a huge amount of research claiming on the contrary, and then there was an. So we can discuss it because it's really, you know, it's huge. And then there was an official kind of a hierarchy. Orthodox was a primary, tolerable were Christians, and ganimia. I don't know how to even translate it. Okay. Yes, the object of harassment were the rest, you know, like Muslims and others, strange. So I would not say that. On the contrary, it was very crucial. Confessional affiliation was very crucial. It was the matter of, it was connected to statues, etc. So that's, yeah.
I would disagree. In 1802 in Kazan, the university was especially formed to promote Islam within the Russian Empire, and Korans were published massively. So the culture in Russia is very open towards Islam, as long as it is state of Islam loyal to Russia. And the Catholics didn't go so well. I'm saying against the traditional Polish nationalist interpretation of it, but actually, it was a paradise for the Polish magnates in the early 19th century.
It depends on the region we are talking about, so I would not generalize it. When we are talking about Crimea, it was constant problem, what to do with these Crimean Tatars and others who are Muslims. And they were so Muslim phobic in their discourse, in their correspondence, Catherinian time. So, no, I think in my opinion, it mattered a lot, your confession. Yes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time, but maybe 2 short questions because we wanted to ask a question.
Thank you. My question is to William, and try to make it short. What you presented seems to me a history of space, of experts and mobility. And I was wondering, within the wider frame of your project, if you have a history of plates, of craftsmanship, for example, as well.
Very interesting. It's certainly the case that, there are understandings of advancement and development. What would be seen in a more formal French understanding of enlightenment as improvement. And that's there already in terms of locality, space. So the idea that village formations should not include other peoples, they should be exclusive, they should be ordered in particular ways. That translatability of village life is such that if you look at many of the migrants coming from Western Germany, Saarland, Lorraine, looking in after 1736, into parts of southern Hungary, they literally replicate the village they've left behind. So the neighbors move into houses beside the neighbors, they plant trees where there were trees.
And the last question.
Just very, I suppose mostly you were talking about Habsburg Germans, and I'm just thinking about the Prussians as well. It was quite clear, and there it wasn't anything to do with Reconquista, it was to do with the 30 Years' War. And so what is the difference then between Publium and...
I think in the Prussian case, what I try and argue in the 18th century, going into the 19th century, at the end of the study, at least as an idea, is that the copyright ownership, although it's anachronistic in the 18th century, the idea of copyright of Germany shifts very cunningly between 1806, 1848, 1871, from Central Europe to Northern Europe, and it shifts from Vienna to Potsdam, Berlin, where the ownership of the right to use that term and as custodian or guardian of the idea of Germany moves from the Danube to the Rhine, very cunningly, as a result of an inability to control a multi-ethnic state. So the very success of Vienna, not Austria, at creating a multi-ethnic, multinational empire in a Roman sense, which needs nations for people to become emperors, is precisely the opposite of what the Prussian campaign is, which is to create Germans. And so that's a very different form of imperial survival, which is actually more Greek, I would argue, than Roman. And there's a shift in mentality that takes place in the late 18th, going into the early 19th century, about what European imperialism should be in a German context.
Thank you for this wonderful panel. And
I just want to remind you that we start at a quarter before 2 o'clock.
Right, if anyone is missing a voucher for today's lunch, then
What to be
Are you fine there? Thanks. I can stop mine.
Tak, no tak, ale okazało się, że Marcin również tam był. I wiesz, nawet Znaczy, że na tym panelu było bardzo wiele ludzi, więc mogliśmy się... No, ale zobacz, jaki to... A czemu nie dojechałaś do tego Lwowa?
Co, bo się następnego dnia zaczynam obóz. Aha. Obóz wspinaczy dla mojego syna. Z którego nie ewakuowaliśmy się do szpitala po
O Jezu. O mój Boże.
Short announcement about what happens after the coffee. Might be some of you think of leaving because the weather is not too bad outside, but we would like to have a discussion, amongst other things, about the publication issue. So it will be quite important, I think, to most of you to stay in mind. So that's at 15:30, 3:30. And now, Mateusz go.
So this is the last session, and we still have 3 presenters, and the first of them is Helge Wendt from Germany, from Berlin. Helge is a research fellow at the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science in Berlin, and his paper is called Central European Missionaries in Sudan, Geopolitics and Alternative Colonialism in Mid-19th Century Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mateusz. Thank you for having me here. Even more so, I'm not an expert, neither in European or Eastern or Central European history, nor in African history, or in the history of the Habsburg Empire whatsoever. I'm not an expert at all, maybe of colonialism, of global history. Now I'm working on the history of coal. But I did my PhD on the history of mission and quite a global perspective. So, excuse me, I do not speak no Polish, no Slovene, no Arab, so no of these languages that might speak not. That might be useful to do the research. That's not. You will see. That's not quite right, but well, I underline my deficiencies only to say that maybe we should also be conscious about our limits to do research, and why not expose this too. So the region I want to study is, or partly is this one, especially here nearby the town Juba that did not exist in the 1850s. My history takes place. And my central question here is how we can outline the colonial character of a kind of missionary enterprise that I have chosen. Or on a more general level, how can we distinguish different forms of coloniality in order to make sure that we still know what colonialism means for empirical research? So, this is one region I'll concentrate on. This is this little line here you might see. This is the Nile, the white Nile. There here the blue Nile, and when you go further north, then you come to Khartoum, and even further north, then there will be Alexandria someday. So this is quite in the south. I will show you another map. Yes. So I will concentrate on a Slovenian Austrian missionary who worked in this southern Sudan region in the mid of the 19th century. But I do not retell the history in the classical diachronic way, but I try to give, if my cup permits,
to present a more analytical account, merging the European conditions and the African circumstances in one narrative of multi-layered colonial experience. The person I concentrate on is Ignacy Knoblecher oder Ignaz Knoblecher oder Abuna Suleiman, a missionary born in Skotjan in 1819. Nowadays, Skotjan is on Slovenian territory, only 20 maybe kilometers away from Trieste. In the 19th century, when he was born, this region stood under Austrian domination. Knoblecher grew up in a situation of, I would call it, internal colonialism, as an ethnically Slovene Catholic who in young age entered the seminar in Ljubljana and later went to Rome to complete his studies and to become an ordained priest. But I do not want to go into any biographical details as I do not state that we can conclude from documents, as at least the documents I had, how much his situation influenced his character and acting afterwards. I rather would like to apply Stuart Hall's claim to turn the colonial, post-colonial historical situation into an analytical tool. The colonial in a multi-ethnic empire, and thus the individual experience of Knoblecher, is therefore the first imperial layer of my analysis, and I will show more of those imperial layers during my talk. Knoblecher's condition of a missionary from the eastern territories of the Austrian Empire is by no means exceptional. Bernd Hausberger, for example, has some 20 years ago published an extensive biographical studies of Jesuits from Mitteleuropa. Jesuits stemming from the eastern Jesuit provinces of German language as Silesia and Bohemia, but also from present-day Croatia, among others. Hausberger concentrated on those who during the 17th and 18th centuries went to the Spanish colonial territories. Some of these were members of this college you can see there on the other side of the street, before heading over to Sevilla and then to the New World. The mission to southern Sudan was not a real Jesuit mission, I should underline, but initiated by the Roman propaganda fide. Here lays a second imperial layer, that of the propaganda fide as an organization intending to impose its claims of the only and central institution in organizing Catholic missions abroad. In this sense, the mission enterprise I'm talking about acted against the French Lazarist mission that was already installed and working in Khartoum, independently from the propaganda. Nevertheless, there were certain links with the Jesuits, among others that the first leader of this mission enterprise was the Polish, Russian, whatsoever, very difficult to ascertain, Austrian maybe also, Jesuit, who once was head of the mission to Lebanon and Syria, and then resided at the Collegio Romano, Maximiliano Rillo. Rillo was fluent in Arab and charged with putting together the mission enterprise I am talking about to southern Sudan in 1846-1847. He chose several collaborators, as for instance the North Italian Austrian subject Angelo Vinco and the Slovenian Austrian subject Ignacy Knoblecher. This non-Jesuit, or only loosely linked to the Jesuits' character of the mission enterprise, was maybe an intelligent move by the propaganda fide in order to evade problems with the British interests in Egypt. The Austrian Catholic engagement with southern Sudan did not end with Knoblecher's death in 1858, but continued under the Austrian-Italian, then only Italian mission enterprise, sent out by the propaganda and headed by the maybe famous, Daniele Comboni, whose mission congregation still exists and resides in Verona. And now you know why this changed from Austrian-Italian to Italian. I will come back to him later because he can be considered as having continued Knoblecher's work. So another imperial layer I did not that developed in my paper is the imperial struggles in Egypt and the Upper Nile region going on at this time. We have different geopolitical players. This is, on the one hand, the Ottoman Empire, of course, but quite independent. The pashas residing in Alexandria acted mostly in expanding their territory to further south. So they had conquered quite recently this what nowadays, or then also, but nowadays is are the countries of Sudan and southern Sudan. But furthermore, there were some European powers starting to interfere in the Nile region. This of course, the British, but also the French, and as I will explain further, also the Austrian Empire. Because in Vienna existed, besides those promoting the continental expansion, a movement in Vienna that supported and pushed forward colonial fantasies in Eastern Africa already. The mission project of Rillo and Knoblecher can be included in these fantasies, as can be shown in different occurrences. First, the installation of a consul in Khartoum. Second, Austria was the only foreign country of obtaining a free trade agreement with Pasha on the Nile. Third, I already mentioned in my paper the Prussian imperial advisor who gave a speech on at the Austrian Imperial Geographical Society in Vienna, underlying the possibilities of an Austrian colonial engagement in this region. And he furthermore pointed out that the Knoblecher mission enterprise would be one step towards the establishment of formal colonial domination, towards civilizing the natives and gaining knowledge about land and people, an aspect I will come back to. And the last piece in this image of colonial fantasies in Austria is the foundation of the Marienverein für Afrika that supported the mission and in which many high-ranked persons of Vienna court culture and church hierarchy were members. A fourth imperial layer is the scientific colonialism that accompanied the Austro-Slavic Italian mission. Von Reden mentioned this point extensively in his speech, but I depict here Alfred Brehm, you might know from his famous Brehm's Tierleben, because he traveled at the same ship as Knoblecher and his fellow missionaries. Both met later again in the mission station, as Brehm wrote in his travel account. His famous Tierleben give testimony for the hunger of collecting and depicting animals, plants, and ethnographic objects for the European public. Besides Brehm's publication, the collections of ethnographica that Knoblecher sent back to Europe testify also the interest and the scientific colonial layer. My fifth imperial layer is what Mary-Louise Pratt has called the imperial eye, but I would like to call it rather the colonial panopticon. Knoblecher gave an account of his ascent of the mountain Lokvek nearby the present-day Juba. In his account, he condenses several impressions in one single description. The as-if general perspective of Knoblecher melts several accounts together and aims to make a greater impression to the reader. This account, thus, should be read to structure his own political agenda. This was of reordering landscapes and to create Christian settlements. The sixth and last imperial layer is the missionaries' politics of controlling, not only of landscapes, as I mentioned, but more importantly of people. In my paper, I depicted more broadly how pupils were under a continuous control of missionaries, pupils who were meant to become leading figures in an independent national church organization that Knoblecher envisaged. This independent church hierarchy of priests and etc., Knoblecher never had experienced in Austria. And neither did Daniele Comboni knew what is a kind of national church organization. Comboni, therefore, composed the quite famous Piano per la rigenerazione dell'Africa con l'Africa, in which he developed further Knoblecher's original ideas about teaching young men and women and guiding them through control, education and deportation to Khartoum or even to Europe. So I will conclude by reminding that I intended to offer a more analytical approach than is usual in mission history to one mission enterprise I choose. I would like to recall the 6 imperial layers I have distinguished. This is ethnic conditions of the Austrian Empire. Second, the colonial movements in Austria. Third, the geopolitical situation at the Nile Delta and the Upper Nile region. Fourth, the colonial scientific, as well as the collection enterprises. Fifth, the colonial panopticon. And sixth, the control of individuals and groups. Thank you for your attention.
Our second speaker is Jagoda Wierzejska from the University of Warsaw. She's a historian of literature and culture of the 20th and 21st century. And her presentation is called An Eastern European Sahib in the Former Colony of the Western Powers, Andrzej Babkowski in Guatemala, 1948-1961.
Could you please turn on the presentation, please?
That's what I'm about to do.
Okay, so thank you very much for this nice introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, a Polish writer, Andrzej Babkowski, whose picture you can see on the screen, posthumously gained undeniable fame and sympathy of readers, at least in Poland. However, after a wave of enthusiasm, some interpreters sought to take a look at his work more critically. A thread of Babkowski's work, which I'm going to investigate, is the image of Guatemala presented in his diaries and correspondence. I will reveal that the author, overtly or tacitly, manifested the mentality of 19th century colonizer. Despite the fact that he loved Guatemala, where he settled in 1948 and lived until his death, he perceived it with a belief in the superiority of the white man's civilization. Such a viewpoint resulted not only from a condescending attitude of Babkowski, a European, towards a non-European population, but also from his own experience gained in Western Europe of being from the second-class world, that is Eastern Europe. Thus, I will analyze a curious case of colonial othering manifested by Babkowski, an immigrant who came from Poland via France to Guatemala, an area which had been formerly a Western colony. In a paradoxical manner, this immigrant, whose homeland, a Soviet-dominated country after the Second World War, experienced subjection to foreign rule, in another post-colonial space took on the role of the wild colonizer, at least in his attitudes and perceptions. Babkowski, together with his wife, that's her, Barbara, arrived in France in 1939. They lived there for 9 years, and then in 1948 they boarded the Jagiełło ship bound for Guatemala, having not more than $100 in their pocket and having very little Spanish. Babkowski went to Guatemala to realize a boyish dream about the jungle he was having from an early age, but first and foremost to defend his own sense of individualism and dignity. From his perspective, the escape from Europe in general and Poland in particular was a way to stay free from petrified, faked pseudo-values of the old continent, which had not withstood the test of the Second World War and the Yalta settlement. Guatemala, a country with a colonial past, didn't constitute a stable political reality in the late 1940s and 50s when Barbara and Andrzej lived there. It was economically dependent on big Northern American concerns and notoriously torn by military upheavals. Despite those facts, Babkowski not only became so attached to Guatemala that he called his second homeland and never considered coming back to Europe, he also perceived this country as a land of those who are internally free, faithful to their own principles, and able to appreciate the values of everyday life. Over time, he became convinced that he truly lived only in that pocket country where, quote, nobody was in a crowd, in the sense of individualism and self-realization, let's say. That conviction led him to the feelings which transformed a sense of alienation in a foreign world into a participatory experience lying at the core of a man's identity. Quote, I'm an emblem of Guatemala. You can see that emblem on the screen. Their bird, a quetzal. There are only stuffed specimens because living in a cage, they die after a few days. And I don't want to die and to be seen stuffed, end quote. These comments show that living in Guatemala meant for Bobkovsky following an existential project subordinated to an imperative to be a free man, not subjected to an ideology that didn't care about the rights and needs of individuals. Bobkovsky often contrasted Europe with Central America and Europeans with Latinos. He assigned the qualities traditionally associated with the old world, such as independence, rationality, authenticity, to the new world to appreciate America and to prove a thesis that contemporary Europeans were primitive destroyers of their own heritage. The author commented, quote, a European who doesn't want to be free ceases to be a European. To stay one, I had to leave, end quote. On the surface, the writer's existential project doesn't raise suspicions. The fact that Bobkovsky couldn't notice many inherent qualities of the New World and transplanted them from his native continent is striking, of course. It proves that Europe remained for him the most important reference point and that even after 1948, he was attached to European mainland with strong feelings. Nevertheless, the departure from Europe to remain European to America, which is more European than Europe itself, at first glance seems a paradoxical but a consistent life plan. To investigate the deeper senses of the writer's vision of Guatemala, one needs to look more closely at his Guatemalan writing and correspondence with members of his family and friends with whom Bobkovsky was the frankest. Bobkovsky's image of Mesoamerica proved to be modeled by South American Meditations, the book by Hermann Kaiserlin, the writer's intellectual master. According to Kaiserlin, the continent was still ruled by wild powers, while its dwellers were deprived of initiative and controlled by instincts and whimsical desires, called by the philosopher in Spanish, Gana. Though Bobkovsky wanted to see Guatemala as a land of freedom and authentic life, he was not really able to reconsider Kaiserlin's views. The writer was particularly critical towards Guatemalans, the vast majority of whom were Latinized Indians. In his optics, Guatemalans, led by a fatal force of Ghana, turned out to be laden with, quote, an inferiority complex, laziness, lack of initiative, and entrepreneurship, end quote. They transformed from internally free people into caballeros, rebelled against the elementary principles of order. Bobkovsky made also several remarks on unstable political life in Guatemala. From the very beginning of his stay, he was a witness of several revolts of different number of casualties, but he considered them a tragicomic caricature of normal policy, an operetta. Having searched for the provenience of operetta-like politics in Central America, the writer found it in the Spanish influences and colonial heritage of the continent. Quote, these are seeds of Spanishness, seeds of anarchy that is stuck in the soul of every Spanish, mixed with a desire to be rich, and with a need to satisfy such desires by all means, except for a regular job, end quote. Bobkovsky not only saw the negative consequences of Central America's subordination to the colonial rule of the Spanish, the consequences that made him perceive Latinos with a sense of superiority. He also manifested antipathy and contempt towards the Spanish themselves. Quote, Russians are not Europeans, and neither are the Spanish, end quote. This is what the writer wrote in 1948. Bobkovsky, the detractor of passivity and moral decline of the old continent, suddenly appeared as an apologist of Europeanness. Given Bobkovsky's hatred towards communism, it is not surprising that the political phenomenon which irritated him the most in Guatemala was the spread of that ideology among Latinos. He compared Central America with Sovietized Europe this time, but considered the former more endangered because, according to his words, on that land of political kids, quote, the red ideology merged with colored racism, end quote. Such remarks appeared, among others, in a diary written by Bobkovsky during the course of the Colonial Armas' crusade against Guatemalan communists in 1954. The text revealed a significant self-creation of the author as a white man, quote, a builder of the whole Western civilization, end quote. At the time of emergency, he felt authorized to take the lead of an armed group of credulous locals, as he was a representative of Europeanness, that is, quote, something more that is worth defending, because nothing of it is finished, end quote. According to his own parallel, he was like the protagonist of Henryk Sienkiewicz's novel again, In Desert and Wilderness, Staś, who defended primitive black Kali, yet saw in his eyes nothing but, quote, brown jungle, end quote. On the one hand, therefore, Bobkowski perceived Central America as a land where true European values still made themselves felt. On the other hand, he suggested that if America resembled Europe, it was equally bad or worse than the prototype because degraded additionally by, quote, the colored wiliness of its dwellers, end quote. He considered himself a representative of the old, almost squandered, but invaluable culture and civilization, which according to him, quote, is the work of white men and nothing can help it, whether one is a racist or not, end quote. As a result, his conclusions turned out to be racist indeed. And here is yet another example, quote, the only solution for these countries would be a purchase of greater amount of old ships, loading all Indians, crossbreeds, submerging them in the sea and bringing Europeans. Here, in these countries, two cardinal mistakes have their painful consequences. First, that the Spanish didn't slaughter all Indians, and second, that then no one exterminated the Spanish, end quote. So, with no doubt, there is Naporia included in the Guatemalan work of Bobkowski. However, one of his texts illuminated to a certain extent. In a letter to Aniela Mieczysławska, a Polish activist in exile, the writer admitted, quote, I was leaving France because I felt disgust, because I felt that I will be a pariah there again, sale étranger. And here, in Guatemala, they can hate me, but I'm a sahib, a white, for whom they have respect. Here, I'm from the top drawer, end quote. Characterizing himself, the author used the word sahib of Arabic origin, that means a master, and was used in the Indian subcontinent in colonial times as a term for Europeans. Simultaneously, he talked about Guatemalans with a sense of protectionism, as befitted a sahib. It could seem that Bobkowski simply took a superior position of a white European towards non-Europeans of a different race, culture, and civilizational standards. However, in the same letter, he added a sentence that revealed his tacit intention. Quote, which French or English is proud of friendship with a Pole? On the contrary, end quote. This was not a statement of sahib, but of a subordinated subject. Bobkowski, as such a subject, not only suffered German humiliations in the time of the Second World War that he spent in France, he also had a first-hand experience of the Western orientalizing practices towards Eastern Europe, which additionally, after the Second World War, found itself in the Soviet sphere. So in 1960, because the letter is from 1960, referring to his French experience in the 1940s, he used the words pariah and sale étranger to underscore that being from Eastern Europe still didn't give a sense of comfort in Western Europe. The latter perceived the former as worse, other, barely Europe, the origin from which was hardly a reason to be proud. Given the writer's reasoning from the letter to Mieczysławska, his choice of Central America gained new motives. For Bobkowski, an Eastern European, America appeared as a space of almost equal chances for all white people. He discovered that there was scarcely a difference between Eastern and Western European in the American reality because it rewarded for nothing but the light color of skin. Due to acts of othering manifested by the writer towards Latinos, he could understand and present himself as a white, a sahib, and thus finally achieve a status of simply European, not or worse or better type. So, how to judge the Guatemalan work of Bobkowski? Through the prism of historical relativism, it may seem that manifesting superiority towards, Latinos was the most obvious form of attitude towards those people for a man like Bobkowski, born in Europe in 1910s, educated there in the interwar period, and after the Second World War spent in Western Europe, moved willingly to Central America. However, Considering present-day sensibility, largely shaped by post-colonial studies, it is difficult to defend Bobkowski against the charge of racist thinking, or at least colonial mentality in the 19th century style. Using the words of Homi Bhabha, one can say that Guatemalan work of the writer is penetrated by, quote, the desire of a reformed, recognizable other as a subject of difference that is almost the same but not quite, end quote. The writer's desire of Latino, the other, was strengthened by the circumstance that Bobkowski himself had been an object of othering in Western Europe. Having come from the country that experienced many forms of denied sovereignty and different variants of Orientalization, he found Guatemala a suitable ground for compensation of his second-class European complex. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our last speaker is Andrew Zollerman. And do you have a presentation or do you have a presentation?
No.
No? Okay. So Andrew is a PhD candidate in the history department at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. And his presentation is called "The Steel Which Gives Them Edge: German-Speaking Soldiers and the British East India Company in the 18th Century."
Thank you. I'd like to start with a brief overview of my entire dissertation, and then I'll move into looking at the specific chapter in migration that was part of my pre-circulated paper, and also throw in a few new points as I continue to write the chapter and look at certain interlinked migrations. So my overall dissertation project is looking at 4 different migrations of German-speaking peoples in the 18th century British Empire. The first is looking at the Royal Danish and Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge missions in Danish and British India in the 18th century. Almost all of the missionaries had some sort of affiliation with the University of Halle, or the Franca Foundation is also in Halle. And so I'm very much interested in looking at how the missions, well, the first one starting in Danish India, quickly came to orient themselves towards British India. And by the last third of the 18th century, you have a number of missionaries actually holding formal positions with the East India Company as military chaplains, school administrators, translators, and even doing some informal diplomacy. The second migration is looking at the emerging German merchant community in British North America's largest city and busiest port, that of Philadelphia, and how this community emerged as part of the larger migration to British North America. And in this study, I argue that the merchants played a quiet but very important role in linking their fellow linguists to British systems of consumption, law, and politics. And then I also deal with the paradox as well that arguably this kind of small merchant elite, the most integrated of Germans, if you will, in British North America, winds up by the late 1760s and early 1770s becoming some of the most outspoken critics of post-7 Years' War British imperial reforms, and eventually becoming rather strong advocates for American independence. The third migration deals with German migrants in British North America once it specifically moved into state-planned settlements. And so in this migration, I'm comparing the Port Palatine settlements in the Hudson River Valley in the 17 teens with the Piedmont townships established in colonial South Carolina starting in 1730, but then continuing on into the early 1760s. And there comparing why did the New York scheme largely fail in meeting the envisioned imperial objectives of the British, and the South Carolina case, why did the Germans wind up fulfilling more of the envisioned role, serving as a buffer population against indigenous and European rivals, as well as a population counterweight to the growing African slave population as the plantation economy exploded over the 18th century in colonial South Carolina. And the fourth migration is the German soldiers' migration. And so by working with 4 different migrations, I'm trying to show both the geographic and social diversity of the migrants themselves that are circulating throughout the empire, that the Germans are present in both the Atlantic and Indian Ocean British imperial contexts, the diversity of the roles that Germans played within various British imperial endeavors, and how some of these linkages were very much top-down, state-planned, others happened much more organically, that some of these plans failed entirely or had kind of unintended consequences that British state actors, or perhaps even some of the Germans themselves, envisioned when they first made the transoceanic voyages. And so on the British side, I'm hoping to make the intervention of reframing the British Empire as a much more trans-European project that stretched beyond the peoples of the British Isles and came to rely on continental Europeans, their labor, their expertise, their capital, and extending the empire's borders, and also increasing the stability of its authority. And with the Central European context, I'm making the case that Central Europe needs to be much better integrated. This is very much in line with David Blackburn's recent call of bringing Germans into these large global phenomena of the 18th century, namely, and this I think was heavily reinforced in our first day's panels, the increased globalization and thickening of trade connections, the further expansion of European overseas empire, and finally the emergence late in the 18th century of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary movements around the globe. And so the migrants' presence and their activities within British colonies also reveals a different kind of engagement with colonialism than what a lot of scholars have focused on, namely the kind of colonial literary fantasy, as well as the emergence of Orientalist scholarship, and trying to bring in a third voice, that of colonists, many of whom spend the rest of their lives or significant portions of it living in colonial contexts, and then either personally returning or through their writing informing the German-speaking public of their experiences, of how they see the operation of overseas European empire, and very much trying to look at how this writing then goes on to reinforce 19th and 20th century German aspirations towards empire and also the criticisms of imperialism. So now jumping into this fourth migration, this chapter, examining German recruits going over to British India in the 18th century. As Dr. Hilly mentioned earlier this morning, the use of military service has been recently very much picked up in terms of its role in integrating both Highland Scotland and Ireland into the British imperial project in the 18th century. But yet I argue that for both the East India Company, the EIC, and for the British state, these additional pools of potential recruits was not enough, and so they wound up turning to the continent. And so this greater demand by the East India Company for European troops emerges with the continued breakdown of Mughal authority in the early 18th century, as well as the rise of France as increasing diplomatic, military, and commercial rival, particularly in southern India. And this eventually leads in 1746 to the long-standing end of the long-standing neutrality between the French Compagnie des Indes and the British East India Company, and the military setbacks suffered by the British, almost entirely pushed out of southern India within the early years of the conflict, leads to a metropolitan policy, reinforced also by colonial advisors' advice of the need to rapidly scale up the British East India Company's military presence. And so while many historians have focused on the rather dramatic and a much larger increase in terms of using Indian troops and training them in Western-style tactics, there's also a parallel and proportionally large increase in the number of European troops sent. And so while British colonial officials recognized certain advantages with having Indians serve in the army, namely that there were many of them, they could be cheaply recruited and maintained, and they're also already well acclimated to the tropical climate, ready for long, arduous campaigns. But they still had deep concerns about the use of indigenous troops. There was concerns about their bravery, their ultimate reliability in the thick of battle and siege warfare, also their ability to potentially suppress indigenous uprisings, that they may in fact reveal their ultimate loyalties in this moment of crisis. And so European troops were therefore supposed to be this kind of, as Alexander Davidson notes, this steel to give them the edge, the kind of point of the spear. In battle, the idea being European units were supposed to be at the thickest point of fighting when fortifications are breached. European troops, the policy was to put them at the front, and this was supposed to inspire Indian troops to follow suit and continue the operation. Another also important point is artillery. Artillery throughout the 18th century remains an advantage for the various European states, and so the East India Company very strictly controlled Indians' access or training to the use of artillery, the manufacturing artillery and heavy implements, and so this creates great demand for European artillerists. And so the East India Company's European forces go from several hundred in the early 1740s to about 18,000, including Royal Army troops from the British Army by 1790. And so not only is the scale up, but we also need to consider the very high mortality rates from disease, desertion, and battle itself, meaning that the British East India Company required hundreds, if not low thousands of troops each year to keep forces up to full power. And so, quite naturally, the East India Company continued to focus recruiting efforts in the British Isles, but there were a number of constraints on their efforts there. The Royal Army, very much concerned that the British East India Company was going to be able to out-recruit them by offering shorter terms of service and better wages, was able to get the company blocked from being able to formally recruit, which forced the EIC to use a number of back channels to get manpower from Britain, namely through the hiring of crimps. So these are private recruiting agents who are often paid by the number of heads they get on board the East India ship to sail to India, very often resulting to clearing out prisons, kidnapping, various other tactics that also are used on the continent as well. And so even with using these kind of unofficial and illegal methods, there was still not enough manpower, and this becomes particularly acute as the Anglo-French military rivalry now becomes linked with rivalry in Europe as well. That when war breaks out in Europe, it also means it's breaking out in India, and so the British East India Company becomes even more hindered in competing against the rising, competing in the pool for British manpower, as both the British Navy and British Army simultaneously need much larger classes of recruits to expand their own forces. So the East India Company then turned to continental Europe, particularly Central Europe, to find its soldiers. Central Europe was particularly appealing given its centuries-long soldier market, the number of particularly free imperial cities where there was a large amount of mobile labor, and the relative ease at getting access formally to recruit in these areas to also stage recruits as well. Particularly, this is important in Hamburg, one of the major recruiting centers. And another appeal, particularly after 1763, is that many of the men they're able to pick up are now hardened military veterans. They have been on multiple campaigns. Another advantage is also the ability to kind of pick and choose Protestant labor. This is an anxiety that eventually the British East India Company in the last decades of the 18th century starts to overlook in terms of bringing in Irish Catholic soldiers, but for much of the 18th century, there's a very strong preference for the use of Protestant troops, with the idea that they will have much greater loyalty to the British East India Company, much less likely to defect to the French or indigenous states. And so to secure this manpower, the EIC relies on a number of methods. They wind up hiring military contractors, many of them veteran military officers from various continental services. They also send some of their agents as well under their banner, and occasionally they use the British state asking them to help broker agreements. Perhaps most famously, after the Mysorean invasion in 1781 of British southern India, there's a call for more troops. The British Army, as it's fighting the War of American Independence that is also globalized, isn't willing to give enough troops, and so they turn to George III to help raise new Hanoverian regiments that the company will maintain and ask them to serve in southern India. I'll skip ahead. And so once these recruits are making it into India, there are a number of unique issues, particularly with these distinct Swiss and German units. Issues of having their own military justice system. Very often you have Swiss officers complaining about violations by company officials, that they are taking over military jurisdiction in violation of their contracts, that there's discrimination against these German-speaking soldiers in terms of housing, wages, and also particularly promotion for officers becomes a big issue. In the 1790s, we also have a unique moment in which Germans recruited from the VOC starts to become a major pool of resources as the French Revolutionary Wars break out. And so in both Cape Colony and in Ceylon, VOC troops, mostly Germans, but also some Austrians or Poles, are recruited either as independent units or directly into East India Company units. And so despite these tensions over lack of equality, certain linguistic and cultural divides, ultimately these soldiers tend to be rather effective. They are generally well mentioned in official EIC reports. After one battle against French forces outside of Cuddalore in 1783, some captured French officers declared the Hanoverian troops at the battle to be Caesars for having braved cannon fire and musket fire twice to take the main French redoubt outside of the city. And so I guess with the last second, so what does this then mean for the turn to Europe? Many of these soldiers are writing, particularly officers, they're writing into magazines. This is very much the case with the Hanoverians. One new finding that was in the article that I'll just add here in the last minute is that several of the officers over the course of the 18th century wind up tapping into the missionaries' better established communications network to send money back home, to send letters and other news of their personal conditions and those of others. So really, despite the fact that German soldiers are certainly never a majority in any of these British East India Company positions, the ability to tap Central Europeans to serve in India became an important factor in the overall scaling up of British East India's forces, the quality of its troops, that helped lead as one major factor to British India's rise as the dominant power on the subcontinent by the early 19th century. Thank you all.
So thank you for all of your great presentations. So now we have half an hour for discussion. First question.
I have a question for Jagoda. Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the French experience of Borkowski, which seems to have to be very important in his life. You stressed the existence of racism in Western Europe towards Eastern Europeans, but I was wondering if it's not a little bit more complicated, especially because of the history of the French-Polish relationships, and I was also asking myself why he chose to emigrate to France, not to other countries first, and to what extent he was really a victim of racism in France, and on which basis.
Excuse me, Mateusz, should I answer now, or we are waiting for the rest of the questions?
I think that now, just like before.
Okay, so the first, as for your question about his choice of France, I didn't mention that in the presentation, but I wrote about it in the paper. He emigrated to France not at the very beginning of the Second World War, but in March 1939, and it was for economical reasons. He got a job, surprisingly not in France, but in Argentina. So they simply stopped in France for a couple of weeks, then a couple of months, and then the war began. So that was the reason they found themselves, a couple found themselves in France. So to some extent, it was an accident that they were there. But we have to remember that Borkowski, as many writers born in 1910s, Polish writers, was totally in love in France. So he was brought up in such a belief that France is a center of Europe, is a heart of Europe in terms of culture and civilization. And your second question was about?
Racism against him.
Oh, in France. Yeah, so he was a Pole. We should remember that he was a very well-educated Pole. He spoke French very well, fluently. He spoke German. It made his life in France much more easy. But it doesn't change the fact that his position. He suffered a kind of marginalization during the war in France. I'm quite sure that to much more than the rest of French population, simply because of the fact that he was a Pole. He also cooperated with the resistance movement, so that also put him in a very particular position there. But yes, he never talked about his experience in France as if it was something good for him. So I mean that I'm quite sure that that was the way he perceived his experience during the war and promptly after the Second World War.
Okay, any more questions? Dorota?
Okay, I'll have a question to all speakers. One joint question to both historians. The brief one. What was, do you know, mortality rate in such missionary recruitment and army recruitment? Because once I was trying to do something on missions, and one of the projects that I had to drop, anyway, on missions towards the end of the 19th century, from Catholic missions from Poland to Africa, what I discovered was that, like in diaries, yeah, that they all lived very briefly. Like the average lifespan after getting to Africa was like 3 years, yeah. So it made me think about the continuity of the missionary project, yeah. For example, apart from other things, obviously, and also class thing. Lots of them were peasant, poor peasant sons, yeah, without any previous experience of traveling, shipped from the villages to studying seminaries, then quickly to Italy to learn a little bit of the local African language, very briefly to Africa. After 2, 3, 1 year, they were dead. Yeah, so, and about those German recruits in India, because we're talking about tropical diseases before shots. And yeah, Gada, very briefly, because he said that his sensitivity, our sensitivity is shaped by post-colonial studies largely, so we wouldn't say such racist things as he would. But if we think about it, shouldn't his sensitivity be shaped by the awareness of what was happening during the Second World War, including the Holocaust? And how could he talk about genocide, yeah, in such a short, like, you know, immediately after such a period, yeah? Which is, and second, comparatively with Gombrowicz, his like remarks in Argentina is, and the human contact, yeah? He was mostly talking about how tired he was by the Polish diaspora, kind of, no other, no races of this type.
Okay, so who would like to start?
I can start. Well, Knoblecher works around 10 years in the mission field, but
he dies young, actually.
He dies young. He dies with around 40 years. Yes, but
he had a tropical disease.
Yes, of course he did. He had at least malaria, yellow fever, etc. Of course, and he traveled a lot. He came back to Europe at least 2 times in order to mobilize fundings for the mission enterprise. So he traveled to Vienna. He traveled to Cologne, where another association, another Marienverein, another association was founded. Yes, well, he traveled a lot, and in these times, I think this was not very healthy. And what the recruitment of missionaries is very difficult to follow. I did not go into this because I do not do studies on missionaries. I do studies on mission, and now this is kind of different. But on the question of continuity, at least, well, there is a discontinuity. I haven't mentioned now is that Comboni, when after Knoblecher's death in '58, takes over this mission enterprise, closes the main mission station of Knoblecher because he considers this place to be too unhealthy for Europeans. And there are others already founded as Holy Cross mission station in another region. So yes, there is a discontinuity, but in the mission enterprise, in the goal of doing this mission to what they called at this time Central Africa, Southern Sudan, the aim of establishing kind of national Catholic church hierarchy, and by national I mean African. This is something that is kind of continuity from Knoblecher to Combun.
Yes, and so the first kind of large-scale studies are done right at the turn of the 19th century, and the mortality rate kind of averages out over a decade-long averages to about 3.5% in India, which is about 7 times what British troops that were stationed in the British Isles were suffering from. And I think in the case of the Lutheran Pietist missionaries, whether it's the hand of God or just good fortune, many of them wound up having careers 30, 40, even approaching 50 years, which is something that many East India Company chaplains did not have the good fortune. I think that it winds up the missionaries are the kind of one healthy body Protestant clergymen for large swaths of territory, and this is one of the reasons why they kind of get increasingly pulled into kind of official relations with the East India Company, the foreign pastoral care. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Dorota, for that question, because this is a very relevant and very important question. So I would say that his sensitivity, I mean Babkowski's sensitivity, was shaped by the experience of the Second World War, but to some extent, and with regard to some groups of people. So what I would like to mention, because especially that I didn't have time for that. In the presentation and even in the paper, it's extremely interesting how his attitude towards Jews changed after the war and in the wake of the war, because he wrote a diary in France during the war, but he published the diary in 1957, so many years after finishing the work. And this diary, when we read this that's what he wrote in France in the 1940s. It's full of anti-Semitic sentences. Sometimes it really resembled Nazi discourse. He didn't feel that it was inappropriate. I mean, of course, he knew something about that, what was happening with Jews in Poland, but not much. And he simply didn't perceive it in terms of political incorrectness or racism or anti-Semitism, nothing of that kind. But when he decided to publish this diary in 1957, he removed all those sentences from the diary. So the book that we can have in our hands now is clean in these terms. And as for Latinos, I think the story was to some extent the same. In the 1940s, when he moved to Guatemala, and in the 1950s, he didn't perceive that such an attitude towards those people in terms of racism. He was even irritated when anybody tried to tell him, to suggest him that such an approach was racist to some extent. But what's interesting, he felt that it was somehow politically incorrect, because he felt entitled to make such comments only in a private correspondence. So it's very difficult to find something of that kind in his short stories, or essays that he published, for example, in Cultura. But in his correspondence, yes, they are absolutely present.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I'm enjoying this discussion on Babkowski. I think that this topic, putting people on the barges and drawing them, you don't need to invoke the Holocaust. In 17th century Polish pamphlets about the Crimean Tatars, what should be done with them, put them in the bag like hen and drop them. And then you have Vante, that was used by Jesienica also, very much involved, and the Bolsheviks did it. But I think that this guy is so misanthropic. So my question is, who are you?
Was relevant for him. Sometimes he used it when he wanted to criticize Latinos in Central America, but I guess that was a kind of rhetorical device for him.
Okay.
My questions go to Andrew Zonderman. You briefly mentioned in your talk that there's a long tradition of hiring German soldiers for foreign military service, and especially given the very prominent role of German soldiers in the Dutch East India Company going back to the 17th century, it's almost surprising that the British did not turn to this source earlier. So the question would be, are there earlier discussions before the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War? And was this recruitment on an individual basis, or did they try to hire whole regiments through subsidies, as they did, of course, with the Hessians in North America?
Yes, so there's, I guess I'll start with the second part. So it's a mix. So there's a mixture of certain individual recruiting agents, whether these are officers formerly of the EIC or independent military contractors or veterans, saying that they will, go to the traditional imperial free cities and certain other points and, gather recruits together and then march them to an Atlantic port. There is besides these kind of there are certain kind of distinct units. So there's the Hanoverians that come over in the 1780s. Some of the earliest troops coming after the first First Carnatic War are 4 Swiss regiments that are brokered by Sir Louis Schaub, and his nephew's one of the commanders. And Schaub was a native of Basel, but had pretty much established a multi-decade diplomatic career with the British, and so therefore kind of brokered this relationship. And then there's, one of the challenges of trying to figure out the number of them that are going up in the 18th century is that you just have cases of individual soldiers reaching to a port, either getting to Britain or somehow, getting to a port in India, and then upon arrival, signing up to join the East India Company's forces. There's no formal subsidy treaties, but you do have the phenomenon is many of these contractors, particularly these moments of demobilization, particularly with the Duke of Württemberg's army, continually seems to be a source of recruits, and a very famous case with the VOC in the late 18th century as well. But basically contractors promising, I can get you 300, 400, 500 demobilized Württemberg or Hessian soldiers. So not necessarily formal subsidies, but very much kind of playing off, ricochets from the subsidy system that's being brought in. And I think just the demand wasn't there. Soldiers were expensive. There were, for kind of basic defense purposes, hiring indigenous troops seemed to do the job in most cases, and it's really only as kind of the French are building up their own European forces that the British East India Company is starting to pick up with that as well.
Thank you.
Also a question for Jagoda. So I'm going to do a verbal thing and link it to my paper. I dislike it when people do it, but I think I just found it interesting how your story about Bobkovsky is just somehow, to some extent, the complete reverse of Eliade's case in India. Almost everything Bobkovsky says is the exact opposite of. Eliade finds Indians to be superior, Europeans to be inferior. He praises Indian spirituality and so on, and he finds Europe to be debased. But there are also some points in common, and it's also something that I found in Joachim's paper earlier. This reflection on being a Central European, being Polish, being European, being whatever, white. There are certain layers of identity, and it's interesting how people activate different layers at different times under different conditions. And I'm interested in the strategy. You think, to what extent do you think this is, I don't know if I can make it clear enough, strategic, conscious adaptation on his part? To what extent do you think it is just a reflection of, well, that's how he is, he's misanthropic, he's anti-Semitic, he's racist? Is it generated more by conditions he's facing, by the experience he's had, or is it more reflecting of, I don't know, based on, I suppose you know a lot more about him than just his experience in Guatemala, but as I don't know what he told us, so based on his previous life history, on this situation which he gets, and also this aspect of freedom. How does he understand freedom? Because it's again, like I was saying, although they're very opposite in their perception of the colonial experience, and of course, India at this time is still colonial, Guatemala is no longer colonial for a while now, but they're both obsessed with freedom, seems to me. And of course, I think freedom for Bobkovsky is mainly political, right? In fact, Poland is now under the influence of the Soviet Union, so it's unfree politically, but is he, as a writer, is he looking for other types of freedom? Sorry for the overload question.
In fact, there are several questions there were several questions in that what you said. But first, I would like to refer to that what Professor Kołdziczek said, that Bukowski was a misanthropic, because you repeated that. In fact, he was not. I mean, I wouldn't say so. In fact, he was. Polish literature is very specific, but I would say that he was one of the most positive writers in our literature. You should remember. Of course, I simply presented him in a very specific light because I wanted to show and to underscore something that is rarely discussed when we talk about Bukowski, because we usually focus on his experience of the Second World War in France and the fact that he was young, that he had a young wife, that he was in love, and that he was extremely happy, and that what he wrote about his experience of war in France was unacceptable in Poland. That's why people really didn't want to read his diary after the Second World War. He became so famous only after the political turn. And even now, there are some readers who, find that what he wrote as deeply inappropriate. Yeah, so that was only a short comment about this being misanthropic. And as for your question, so whether it was a strategy. That's a very complicated question. I'm quite sure that his attitude towards Latinos and the way he perceived Central America was shaped by the fact, by his experience in France during the Second World War, because he really didn't want to live in France. I mean, they decided to stop there for a while, but only when the war started, he was thinking about giving it up and moving elsewhere. Doesn't really matter where. He always wanted to live over the ocean. So that was the point. So I'm not sure whether it was a strategy, but for sure it was shaped by that what he has experienced in Western Europe. As for the question about freedom, so I think that his notion of freedom was of romantic origin. This is the way how he perceived freedom. For him, freedom was individualism, self-realization, the right to live according to your own rules. You have to remember that Guatemala was not a country of freedom when Bukowski decided to live there. It was very similar to Sovietized Europe. The terror there was. I don't want to judge it, but it was quite similar to that what was behind the Iron Curtain. So that was the way he perceived freedom. For sure, not in political terms. So it was as I said, I think that. Especially that he knew Romantic German and French literature very well. So his way of perceiving this notion was probably shaped by this French and German Romantic literature, especially German. So I would say, in short, that the notion of freedom was a kind of ethical project for Bukowski, not a political project.
Thank you. We still have 5 minutes. Okay.
I just wanted to comment maybe a little bit on how I found so many similarities between Bukowski and the reporters that I'm looking at, even though they were ideologically completely on the opposite sides of the divide, because they were also, in a way, maybe not expressed very loudly, enjoying that sort of privilege that was given to them as white Europeans in India. So for them it was like a mixed sort of feeling of privilege and guilt for being somehow not able to connect with the local population in a way they would perhaps want to. But on the other hand, they were also feeling that it was somehow an expression of freedom, that they could go outside of the country, even though they were going on a socialist mission. So,
Yeah, so this was also something I was thinking about when I was listening to your paper, that there are so many similarities between those people. It doesn't matter really where they were going, whether to India or to Guatemala. Although there is a huge difference between them, because Bobkovsky was like deeply anti-communistic. So he really hated that ideology, and that was one of the, that's really an irony of history, because he decided to move, to escape from first communist Poland and second Europe in general, which was in his optics somehow deprived by this what happened during the war and after, and promptly after it. And he escaped to the country which was which had very these political problems, constant military upheavals, and finally communist regime. Yeah. So there is a difference of that kind. I mean, a political difference, but the way of thinking and the way of perceiving the reality is very similar, for sure.
Any more questions?
It's a comment actually. It's in the same line in the others report. And just thinking that, we're all familiar with Georges' famous coinage about imaginary homelands, but this is in a way, the perfect opposite. This is an imaginary distant land, and not always the direct experience of the place. These places, this imaginary projection of this land of whatever spiritual emancipation or freedom, whatever there is. Not always this kind of, immersive experience in the place itself manages to uproot the imaginary projection of the. So we could imagine this too.
Yeah, because for sure it was a kind of he had a kind of a project. It was a life project to escape from Europe to the jungle, yeah, to hunt for sharks. No, but there was an ocean. Come on, Dorota. There was an ocean. There is a jungle and there is an ocean. So the project is quite, complex. But of course, it was a kind of an image. Yeah, even the fact that he was dreaming about being Guatemalan, because he really wanted to become Guatemalan. That was this quotation about, that he felt like this bird, but it was also a kind of a dream, about being free, about escape, about escape. In fact, it's a very European dream.
The last question.
Perhaps it's a connection between the 20th and the 19th century. It's about the popularization of imperialism and, for example, schoolboys having this idea of going on an expedition and going to the jungle. And it's a question that goes to Hegel. From what I've read in sources and also the literature, missionary activity, it was of course an elitist enterprise, but also local churches were collecting for their missionaries, and these were supposed to send back materials that were again circulated. Did you look into that, or the way the mission is placed in the local church?
In this case, it seems to have worked a little bit different, because this mission enterprise was funded first by these two associations, one in Vienna and one in Cologne. Besides La Propaganda Fide, but and then I would say this is more or less the funding they received during the first 10 years. Afterwards, with Comboni, this diversified a lot, because Comboni tried to place pupils from the mission stations in Europe and in European cloisters or monasteries in order to get them taught. Yes, but normally you're completely right. This is very important that communities, parishes, etc., in Europe obtain some information and will then give back or send back money to Africa, for example. And this is very important for the mission stations too, because when a parish funds partly a mission station or mission activities like an orphanage or school, then there will be something else be given back to the Europeans, and this is, for example, in the names, the Christian names given to the converted people. Often these are names of Europeans that have sponsored the mission enterprise. So there is a material circulation and there is a immaterial circulation.
Thank you for this wonderful discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can take our coffee and we come back here, then we have our discussion with tea and coffee, cookies, anything you like. Thank you,
This is your last coffee break.
we herded everyone in. Thanks to Siegfried, we have, who has a very good sense of time. We're going to be on time all the time, I guess, which is never ever the case at conferences, at least in Poland. Yeah, I'm self-orientalizing a little bit at the moment. So anyway, I just wanted to say that I think it'd be good at the end to have our, let's say, imaginary roundtable discussion, imaginary roundtable, not imaginary discussion, about what we have been doing, the ideas that perhaps should come up and didn't have a chance, maybe ideas for the future, projects, and things like this. And today I woke up 20 to 5 for no apparent reason. This is when the sun rises. And I just thought a few things and I decided to share. So anyway, what I have picked, among others obviously, but in the most general terms, our both necessary and contentious term of Central Europe. Contentious and necessary for its historical and cultural complexity, and I think we've covered it in very many aspects. And I have an impression that research that we've shared here shows that Central Europe is a space of conversation and exchange between languages, histories, nations as well, economies, politics, small and big, like geopolitics, for example, as well. And this exchange, Central Europe is this exchange and circulation of ideas, right? Has not always been only amicable, as we know. But despite this, what is of importance is that, in my opinion, as long as Central Europe develops as a space of sharing, dialogue and exchange rather than border making as a collective identity, consolidating us inwardly, so not as that type, it has a chance to be a viable concept. If not, it will fall apart into self-centered national units that lose merit, are retrograde in the sense that keep circulating and resuscitating old 19th century discourses, etc. So Central Europe, we should also remember, it came up in many discussions, right, was an important part of of a network that Svetlana Boym has called the cosmopolitanism of dissidents, uniting anti-communist intellectuals from the south across Central Europe up north to Leningrad. So this is in the context of this discussion of Russian writers opposing the idea of Central Europe as if they had never participated in this concept themselves. But it was also a space of genocide, war, the impending isolation, and the failed utopia of state socialism. So you cannot embrace only the desired idea of Central Europe without being aware of its dark side, because it ends up in denying historical truth, which we should be aware, I think, especially at the moment now. Like in the recent international scandal that our Minister of Education started refusing to admit during an interview that the massacre of Jewish inhabitants of the small town of Witwabne, north of Warsaw, North Poland, was perpetrated by their Polish neighbors. It leads to creepy politics that we've been witnessing in Hungary and have the unfortunate direct experience in Poland at the moment. When Central Europe is being rephrased as a space between the Baltic and the Black Sea that is different and oppositional to the European Union, understood as kind of Western representation, as the hegemonic force. And this concept will most likely be totally abortive. There is no univocality, fortunately, on them within the, for example, Visegrad group. But they're going to leave a mark on what could otherwise keep thriving as one of historically and regionally specific cosmopolitanisms, contributing its cosmopolitics, my new hobby horse, to the global flow of ideas and imaginations. Such a meeting as ours may hopefully have a share in preventing the grim scenarios by challenging the politics of fear with knowledge, among others. So this is referring also to Madina's presentation, I think. Also a few words about this interdisciplinarity, because mostly we like the idea of interdisciplinarity. It rather rarely works, but with this conference I have a quite opposite impression that it has worked very well. What have looked like a rather risky, as we thought with Siegfried at the beginning, the idea to combine economic history with literary studies, among others, yeah? To mention those disciplines that seem to be the most apart, has turned out to be a very satisfying, indeed necessary move. The conversation was going on, yeah? So we've had a chance to enhance our regimes of knowledge, so to say, by confronting them with other discourses on the region and on the topics of colonialism and coloniality. So I didn't have an impression that everything was falling apart in isolated disciplinary units, which is also very, very nice. And just the last thing, so I think Central Europe came up in our discussions as a part of a knowledge network that has been, knowledge is a very broad concept obviously here, so making the world for better or worse as a factor in the colonial venture, in the history of nationalism, in geopolitics, and in globality, which some critics would prefer to rephrase as a more inclusive concept of planetarity, which has come up here as well. Yeah? If we were to think of a sequel to our conversations from this conference, this would perhaps be something that was not absent here and implicitly would come up many times, namely cosmopolitanism, as I said, with its driving force of cosmopolitics as some kind of an agenda, an active, perhaps activist form of participation in creating the world for us in its locatedness and interconnections. And there is a word you used, Madina, also, which I forgot,
intersectionality.
Oh, for example, yeah. So this is from me, as I said, the most general things, and where I think would be also some kind of a future continuation. Yeah. So perhaps now we talk. Yeah. Who's the chair?
Shall we share? Maybe something practical also. We talked about it a little bit with some people about publication. The lecturer Theo de Haan is in our room. He is the editor of the European Review. And we had already some discussions about having a special issue in the European Review. And he says the best selection for that publication would be a collection of historical papers, that you would have a little division between the more literary, theoretically oriented papers and the more empirical, historically oriented papers, because the public of the journal would appreciate this more historical and more empirical work more than more theoretical work. But then we also thought about, and again, Theo de Haan is here, a strategic partner in this. He is also editor of a series at Rodopi, which has become part of Brill Publishers. And we thought to collecting other papers, the more theoretically oriented papers, literary oriented papers, in a volume, an edited volume. So that is our plan for publication. So what do you think of that? Can you live with that? So you will get an invitation, of course, to send also to review your papers. There will also be limited words for the European Review. That is a maximum of 5,000 words. So you have to stick to that, including references and footnotes. And we're not sure yet about is there also a limit for if we would have, say, 12 chapters for the book publication? Is there also a particular limit?
No, there's no specific limit there. But I think people should be reasonable. I think anything beyond 8,000 nobody reads. I mean, I'll be quite frank about that.
So the literary people have more room to expand on their views. So, well, what is your comment? Is that is everybody be happy with we make that division between the two? So I don't, yeah.
Maybe I should also add something for both, I think, for both the series, the book series, and for the journal. You have to figure on a lead time of at least 2 years. You know, I mean, that's more or less the time that elapses between handing in the process of reviewing, if necessary, revision, preparation, etc. is about 2 years, both for the journal and for the book series.
That's 2 years after handing in the manuscript, final manuscript.
More or less, yes.
So that might be
2.5
practice 2.5 years from now on.
Sorry, I have experience like recent with Brill, and everything was ready in less than a year and a half, a year.
It may sometimes, because it depends on what state the material that is delivered is in, whether it needs extensive revision.
Like 12 months.
Like really fast, yes.
It depends on the authors. I have very good experience with Brill, but I know those are younger. My opinion.
Yeah.
How many papers would be in the special issue?
The special issue, it depends. If it's to fill an entire special issue, the maximum would be something like 12. Okay. If it's going to be what we call the focus, which is a cluster of related articles, it can be anything with a minimum of 4 to a maximum of 8. If it's 12, it's an entire issue.
By the way, the European review is published by Cambridge University Press, so it also looks very nice on your CV with the paper there.
And I should also perhaps vary the number of words, let's say between 4,000 and 6,000. Okay, so you don't have to aim for 5,000 precisely. I mean, 5,000 is sort of the median. Okay.
Right.
So somebody will follow up with an email just in terms of instructions and deadlines and so on.
Yeah. And also with referencing the system, because the journal has a specific system of references and footnotes and all the rest. But I'll send that to Siegfried, and then he can send it on to you.
Is there anything you would like to add to what Dorota said about your experience of the conference, or themes we could follow on?
Yeah.
Like the cosmopolitanism.
Someone was talking, was talking about this friendship thing. and this is what I think Arturo Habermas in his idea of like imagination and social practice, called the community of sentiment. So those aspects of Central Europe here as it comes up is they can create communities of sentiment in this kind of his idea is a part of the kind of more or less global, in a way, also space. Yeah?
Can I just add one more thing? I mean, for the literary people among you, the American Comparative Literature Association, which is now one of the most successful associations in the field, is for the first time having its annual conference abroad next year. It's going to be in Utrecht, in Holland, so which is quite within striking distance for most of you. A lot cheaper also than having to go to the States. But the deadline for submitting proposals is tonight, 12 o'clock. so if you want to, they have at least 80 or 90 seminars which are listed on the ACLA website to which you can submit a paper. You can also submit individual papers, and they then try to group these later on into specific dedicated seminars. There's usually up to 2,000–3,000 people participating in that. Of course, that's if it's in the US. I don't know how many it's going to be when it's in Utrecht. My bet would be that it would probably be pretty substantial in numbers. It's a very good place to network, etc. And I think with what I've heard here from most of you, at least on the literary side, it would definitely fall within the scope of the ACLA meetings. So it's just a suggestion. But you have to be quick, because as I said, tonight 12 o'clock is the deadline.
We were setting ourselves to the M&A First International Conference this summer in Düsseldorf,
panel in our network of post-colonial, post-totalitarian studies. I always forget this name because it's long and difficult. In the ICLA conference, I think there's a lot that we can do in these things.
No, but since you were talking about the follow-up.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's worth thinking about it, although such times.
Just more or less a comment. I found it very interesting, very fruitful to bring together studies on Europe and studies on non-European regions, to sum up. And this is something that is not very often the case. Basically, the non-European space and Europe are separated from each other. So this is, I found this very fruitful, and also envisaging open publication thing. This should be something that could be. I recommend to keep this together, really, because this is not normal. This is normally not done.
I suppose another thing that came out that was interesting for me was sort of imagining space. So this was confirmation, this conference, that the spatial turn is happening in history, and it was very nice that over different time periods, from the early modern period up until the present, we were discussing conceptions of space and how very often non-European spaces really figured in European intellectual projects to conceptualize space.
So wondering also, like, since, well, we're literary scholars, like, for me, the reality is reality. I find it in a book of fiction, but also, like, language practices. Yeah, I think we could think, I mean, like, everyone, obviously, how to bring in, as we were discussing with Siegfried Bonfi, more human science, more social sciences, but also more like language focus from like discourse analysis, linguists, etc. To think about such kind of not only thematic but also disciplinary connections. Yeah, but I don't know, cognitive linguistics, for example, that always connects very interestingly with various post-humanist approaches and so on. Things I think to come up with.
There was also knowledge approaches one in the future.
Yeah.
It's missing.
But you know, so much could come up from cultural anthropologists, and it perhaps totally my fault, because I also happen to have lots of connections with anthropologists, like colleagues anthropologists, and because they're involved in interesting projects in like Central Europe that would be in any other perspective self-orientalizing, perhaps, or you know, self-stereotyping. But for example, projects that were called the nothing projects or the void projects. You know, they would investigate this post-communist transformation period places where no change was happening, and there was an utter-stagnation in all kinds of senses, like social, economic, etc. And they're very much interested in such. So I think it's worth investigating also this, you know, what they have come up with in terms of publications, etc. It was quite fashionable in the 90s, for example, yeah? Like nothing projects.
Anybody else? Or shall we close the meeting? Well, then we will close the meeting, and before we do that, I would like to thank Ola and Kasia for all the work they did. And also our technical assistant. And the coffee lady.
Yes.
And then I think we see each other hopefully tonight. In number 1, near the statue of the writer.
Number 1?
Number 1, that's number 1, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, it is number 1.
Yeah, the restaurant is called Old Fredron.
It's hard to
You have the corrections. Just one more point. I
that's,
would like to thank even more to our organizing team from the knowledge hub, because this is the work that we don't see, but we realize how, because it went on actually for 2 years, yeah? Practically a year and a half at least when I joined. So, and they have been involved all the time, organizing everything impeccably. It's a lot of work.
I've never been at a conference that is as well organized. From getting the letter in our hotel rooms and the cookie and everything, it just generated a nice warm feeling from the very first minute. So thank you again.
Yeah. So it's 7:30 to answer your question.
7:30.
7:30.
Because it says 7:30.
No, 6:30. Sorry. 6:30.
Well, thank you.